Eric, thanks for your help with that last item. I know that was a little bit of a roller coaster.
It's a team effort, Councillor.
Thanks to everyone. Very well managed.
Was that enough time, Jeff, for you to get across to the Farm Boy?
I got all the way to Farm Boy and back.
I'm thinking about you.
I'll try to keep the mute on so you don't have to hear me chewing egg
Where's
salad.
the Farm Boy downtown? Aren't you in your city office?
Yeah, I'm at City Hall. It's on Metcalf
Medcap.
between Lisgar and Nepean. Yeah, it used to be a Sobeys.
Yeah.
Is it new? Oh,
3 years old.
wow.
Yeah, it was the Sobeys was built in that Tribeca building, and then they're converting a bunch of their Sobeys to Farm Boys. Looks like Stittsville's getting a big one too.
They got one in Barhaven.
Yeah, the one at Train Yards is unreal. The
It's-
Farm Boy at Train Yards.
It's crazy busy in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unreal, like large Unreal, or
Yeah, it's a huge. It's in behind like the Kettlemans and stuff off of at the very back, behind like Sale. You go by Sale and you go back in the back of it.
Yep.
It's huge. I haven't been in it, but I was near it and couldn't believe how big it was.
I've been in it. I tried to park in there. It's crazy parking. Unbelievable mess. Unbelievable. Anyway, couldn't get in.
I'll bite my tongue.
I was in that one on McRae, Jeff. It was crazy busy. Is it always busy in that one on McRae?
It is. Yeah, it is. Between it and the Loblaws, even the Metro, like there is certainly room for another reasonably full-size grocery store, probably in Mechanicsville or Little Italy, because the Kitchissippi ones have gone. They're just busy all the time. And potentially, I don't know if the west end of the ward might actually end up being served by something additional in Councillor Kavanaugh's ward. Because there's, the Lincoln Fields development is going to justify something for sure.
I feel like we should have Steve Madeley in here and saying, "This planning committee is brought to you by Farm Boy."
I really enjoy shopping at generic grocery store.
I think we have quorum. Eric, can you do a roll call just to be sure?
Councillor Dudas.
I'm here.
Councillor Sutts. Councillor Tierney. Councillor Leeper.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Brockington.
I'm here.
Councillor Menard.
Hello.
Councillor Cloutier.
Here, present.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Hubley.
Here.
Chair Moffat.
Here.
Chair Gower.
Here.
Councillor El Shantiri.
I'm here.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, so here's a roadmap of where we're going this afternoon. Our next item is going to be the 2 Robinson and 320 Lees Avenue. Then 6301 and 6475 Campo Drive. And then we have 861 Clyde. Oh no, sorry, we carried that one. 1330 Carling Avenue and 815 Archibald Street. And then we're on to the very busy one at 99 Bill Latham Drive. So we've got a bit of an afternoon ahead of us. We held the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 2 Robinson and 320 Lees and Rito Vanier because we have a delegation today. We also have a presentation available. I looking at committee members though, can we waive the staff presentation on this? We have 1 delegation. And in the interest of time, could we waive that staff presentation? I'm seeing nodding heads. Okay. And maybe what we'll do as well is we'll go to the delegation first, and then if the applicant wants to take their 5 minutes, we'll let them do it at that point. So I'd like to start with the delegation if Cynthia Mitchell is back with us. And Cynthia.
Hello. Yes,
Hi, welcome. And thanks for your patience. It's been a long morning.
it's been an interesting to sit in and listen. So thank you, Chair, and hello, members of the Planning Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. My name is Cynthia Mitchell, and I'm the president of the board at Co-op Voisin, a 76-unit housing co-op located next to the proposed development at 2 Robinson Avenue and 320 Lees Avenue. I'll be brief in my remarks. Our co-op and community partners from Action Sandy Hill, the Sandy Hill Community Health Center, and Ottawa Community Housing were very disappointed that the increase in height allowance was permitted without mandating the developer to include affordable housing units. The target we are specifically calling for is 30% of units to be affordable, or 438 units. The definition of affordable we are using is a mix of below market rent, or BMR, and rent geared to income, or RGI. We understand that the city doesn't currently have an inclusionary zoning policy, rather you're including it in the new official plan, but we posit, why wait when you have a large transit-oriented development at hand? There are approximately 13,000 households on the city's social housing registry waitlist that can't afford to wait. And the current status quo, namely hoping that developers will include affordable units, simply isn't enough. The developer in this case has said they are committed to including affordable units in their development. Unfortunately, and despite requests by the community to do so, they have chosen not to share any details as to what their definition of affordable is or what the mix of unit types will be. In addition, our group is more than willing to work on an affordability solution with the developer, drawing on our knowledge of this market. Again, the developer chose not to engage with us. As a city, we must do more. We are in the midst of an affordable housing crisis in Ottawa. Council should be using all the tools at its disposal and indeed expanding its toolbox to ensure that including affordable units is a part of your planning approval criteria. We echo our councillors' comments that the developer needs to provide specific details in writing on what their affordability targets will be for this development. This includes how many units will be affordable, what the proposed rents will be, and the mix of unit types. Then we need to see how well the developer meets the 30% target and what the mix of below market rent and rent geared to income is. So in summary, our ask is this, that any approval of this application have a condition attached to it, that the affordability information I described above be provided at the site plan stage, that it be measured against the 30% target and the rent types, and this committee be provided this information. If you find the numbers acceptable, you would remove the condition. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have, and I thank you for your attention to this proposal.
Thank you, Cynthia. Councillor Menard has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Cynthia, for being here. I'm glad you did point this out today. This is right near TOD, right? This is essentially right near Lee's transit station.
Yeah.
And so, do you know? I believe is it 400 meters within transit? This area?
Maybe Matthew, do you want to answer that? I think it's that, or maybe even closer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is within the TOD, Lee's TOD, Councillor No.
Okay. Yeah, I'm really happy you raised this because we keep hearing, okay, the new official plan is going to have inclusionary zoning, but that's not actually true. The official plan may give the ability for us to create a bylaw at some time in the distant future to have inclusionary zoning. But at this time, we're seeing all these applications right on transit, and we're not utilizing tools we have in our toolbox to do all we can to mandate affordable housing where we can. So appreciate that we get developers that say they want to put affordable housing in, but doesn't seem like we always know what that's going to be, what it's going to look like, how many years it's going to be, and that sort of thing. So really appreciate your delegation. And I guess I'd like to know just from you, what has the developer actually said to you in terms of how many units they might consider and what percentage? Has that anything like that been communicated, or it's just saying we're going to have some affordable housing here?
Yeah, they said that they're exploring affordable housing programs through CMHC, but what we kind of know there is that that's not the affordable target that we're looking for. It's not deep affordability, right? It's rental for middle income Canadians or the middle class, and we don't believe that's what's needed. It's a part of the solution, but it's not kind of what the community is advocating for. And they did say that they were looking at making one of the buildings. They didn't specify which one, but there's kind of 4 towers and then a 9-story building at the back. So they said that they want to make one of those buildings affordable housing, but again, there's been no specifics as to what that entails.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks, Cynthia. I just want to echo Councillor Menard's points with respect to your presentation, and thank you for giving it. The province gave us an inclusionary zoning power tool, but they required us to do a bunch of studies and then amend the official plan and then create a bylaw in order to actually be able to implement it. It is particularly sad in this instance that we don't have that tool, because it is within the required distance of a transit station. Prior to the Ford government taking over, inclusionary zoning would have been applicable largely citywide. Now it is only in the vicinity of transit stations, and it is hard to watch these developments being approved without having that tool in place. You did provide some good nuance there with respect to what affordable housing means. There is RGI, rent geared to income. There is below market rent. By any chance, have you done further analysis of what an appropriate BMR rent is? Because we're going down the path of saying an appropriate BMR rent is no more than 30% of the household income for households that are earning the 3rd decile of incomes in Ottawa. Have you analyzed to that degree yet?
Thanks for your question, Jeff. We haven't done a deep dive to that extent, but we would be, leaning on kind of the city's housing department, affordable housing department to, provide that information as well. Yeah.
No, and it's not your job to do that, but you did provide some good nuance there, so I took a Hail Mary on that one. Thanks, Cynthia.
No worries. Thanks.
Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Cynthia. It must have been a long wait this morning. I appreciate you hanging in there and joining us in early afternoon. I want to thank you and the community, because we have formed a community working group on this application, and as you highlighted, with a number of partners, and it's been fruitful conversations, affordable housing, a community and park space, and connectivity. Those were kind of the 3 approaches based on what you've heard from my colleagues today. So we need to put in place the tools to enforce through these developments a affordable housing threshold, so then there's no surprises and everyone's committed to it and in place. What would you like to see? So obviously you've made the kind of the pitch and their community request relating to 30%. You've opened up saying you want to negotiate, you want to see what's possible and work with the applicant. What do you see as next steps? And I mean, today we have a zoning report. The planning committee is going to be called to vote on that. I'm committed to continue to work with the working groups, and I will be asking the applicant afterwards in terms of their commitment to affordable housing. But because there's no tool and there's been no agreement signed of form, how would you see this evolve and unfold over the coming weeks to months?
Thanks, Matthew. I think going back to kind of our specific ask, if it can be included or mandate that the developer include it in their site plan stage, including that 30% threshold. If they don't go for that, let's negotiate with them 20%, and then including specific breakdowns of what the unit types will be. And then I guess also, the city could play a role too in saying, let's incentivize the developer a little bit. Could we waive the development levy for these affordable units? Some tools like that to get them to play ball.
I like it. Leave it with me.
Cool. Thank you.
That'll be all for me.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Fleury. Councillor Cloutier.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your delegation. I appreciate it. So if I understand it, you've asked, this is 1,460 units, and the community would like to see 30% affordable housing. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep.
But you've just said 20% would be a good level.
well, let's aim high, right? Let's say 30%. And if they absolutely don't go for that, because it sounds like we can't mandate them to anything right now, then let's try to negotiate. But start at 30. Start high.
So,
Yeah.
well, okay, or start reasonable, and what's attainable. So I guess my question is, because I've just lived this experience, it took me 4 years with our council colleagues. So, and just so that I come up to speed, what has been the interaction between the community and the councillor with the developer to attain these objectives and to get that affordable housing in there? Because I think the councillor is going to ask us to vote against this application, which would provide 1,460
Point of order,
units.
Mr. Chair. Point of order. I'm not asking for my colleagues to vote against it. If you read my comments,
Sorry,
not,
apologize. I did not get all the way down to the councillor comments.
Sorry, just procedurally again, that's not a point of order.
And neither is that.
But I accept the comment by Councillor Fleury, and I appreciate the clarification. So I guess my question is, what is the level of engagement with respect to that discussion on affordable housing definitions, the level of affordable housing, and the amount of affordable housing? Could you let me know a little bit about that, Ms. Mitchell?
Sure. Yeah, thank you for your question. So we have had discussions with the developer, and Matthew, feel free to jump in too, with the community groups in terms of letting them know what the desire is from the community in terms of including affordable units. And the answer we've been given has been they are, interested in including affordable housing, but they're going to be kind of exploring it on their own through the programs that CMHC has been offering. So again, there's been no clear kind of details in writing, and that's what we're looking for here. Does that answer your question?
It does, and what it emphasizes, and other councillors have said the same thing, is that there's no tools. We have no tools. We have persuasion. Certainly the OP will provide a little bit more tools in our toolbox to provide affordable housing. So I just wanted to, I appreciate the difficult road that the community is on. I appreciate that it takes a long, long time to attain the affordable housing. And I also understand, and you would have explored this, Ms. Mitchell, that the CMHC level of affordability is marginal at best. It does have to work with other city programs, and it's an ongoing struggle. And I appreciate your delegation today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Are there any other questions for Cynthia? Okay, thank you very much, Cynthia.
Thank you.
We do have the applicant here as well. We have Ashwani Kumar and Rob Birch from Rod Leahy Architects, and Brian Casagrande and Nathan Petition from Foten, and Michelle Guibault and Kieran Waugh from 2 Robinson Property Partnership. So a lot of applicant representatives. I know you had prepared a presentation. You're welcome to present that to us. Or if you just want to take questions from our committee, that's all right too. I see Ashwani on the screen. Hi, Ashwani.
Good afternoon. Hello, Chair. I'm Ashwani Kumar from Rod Leahy Architects. I'll speak about the proposed site plan and building design. Okay. And I would like to thank the committee for this opportunity. Can I have the presentation, please?
It's just coming up on the screen.
Okay.
All right, we've got it on the screen. If you can go ahead.
Next slide, please. So the site is located at an important intersection of Lease Avenue and Chapel Crescent in Sandy Hill neighborhood, within a walking distance from the Lease LRT station and in close proximity to the existing bus stops on Lease and Chapel. Next slide, please. So this site plan has, like for this mixed-use development, has undergone numerous revisions following a number of discussions and feedback from the city, community consultations, Parkland Department, and 2 UDRP reviews. And the site plan that we're proposing is pedestrian-oriented, compact, promotes high density, supports rapid transit use, provides for retail space along Lease Avenue, and a new public park. The main access to the site is proposed through a new signalized intersection on Lease and Robinson. There is a substantial grade change of about 8.5 meters, lowest point being on the southwest corner and the highest to the east along Chapel Crescent. And taking advantage of that grade change, all of the parking is organized below grade, with the exception of short-term residential parking, which is at grade, intended to minimize any possible conflict with the pedestrian movement within the site. The commercial space has been maximized along Lease Avenue in order to create an active frontage, fulfilling the requirement of Schedule 314, as well as to create a more pedestrian-friendly environment with wider sidewalks and direct access to the storefronts for the residents as well as for general public. The parkland has been strategically located in consultation with Parks Department, with access on the main roads rather than from behind the proposed buildings, which allows for more sunlight and a better connectivity to the larger community. 4 residential towers are proposed to be built on top of 6-story podiums, ensuring that all the high-rise building guidelines are met with respect to the separation distances from property lines as well as in between towers, and placing the taller buildings closer to Queensway and LRT, away from the existing residential buildings. The site layout is interspersed with the semi-private courtyards for each building and some ground-orientated units wherever possible. One important design factor, which was also our main point of discussion with the councillor's office, was to maintain and protect that pedestrian pathway along the northern site boundary and the natural green buffer along with it. And it has been further enhanced in this proposal by adding a large outdoor amenity space behind building B and an amphitheater, which will be a shared space reinforcing the involvement of the residents and the broader community. Next slide, please. Pedestrian connections demonstrating the permeability of the site as well as connectivity to the network of existing pathways. Next, please. 2 points of access to the site and individual entry exit points to the underground parking for each building. Next, please. So the retail is shown in red color along Lease Avenue, and in the upper ground floor plan, an indoor shared amenity space has been identified, which is highlighted in light blue color here, which is very different from the typical inward facing amenities for the reason that it allows direct access to the public park. Next, please. Building elevations showing height variation and the architecture set up to create a signature expression and a unique feel for this project. Next, please. Some perspective views. In view 1, the focal point entrance is shown, framed by 6-story podiums on either side, and demonstrating how the towers are set back from the street and the podiums, breaking the vertical dimension. And the podiums frame Lease Avenue following its curve, and they provide a certain fluidity to the overall built form. Next, please. A strong retail presence on the main street, and in view 6, so you can see the amphitheater, which is envisaged as an energized center of activity for the whole community. Next, please. Some more views of the internal public spaces, how the buildings line the streets and create a very urban feel. Next, please. A shadow study was done. And Nathan from 410 will take over from here. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Ashwani. If you could go to the next slide, please.
As the staff presentation was waived, we'll just go through the amendment and zoning details. So this slide describes the proposed official plan amendment details for the site. The Sandy Hill Secondary Plan implements the Least Transit-Oriented Development Plan, which contains land use policies and schedules describing building height and densities near the Lease LRT station. The subject site is currently designated a mixed-use center in the official plan, and a mixed use in the secondary plan, and the secondary plan and TOD plan are both supportive of the proposed building heights and densities here. So the official plan amendment seeks to amend Schedule L, which describes the permitted building heights to 28 stories and 32 stories, keeping the minimum density, which applies at 250 units per hectare, where 6 and 20 stories are currently permitted. The amendment also introduces a policy requiring a community amenity space, as Ashwani pointed out, within the ground floor of Tower C near the park space. Next slide, please. So to facilitate the proposed development, the zoning bylaw amendment is also sought here. The lands are currently zoned institutional to the north, transit-oriented development, subzone 1s and 2. For the remainder of the lands are proposed to be rezoned to parks and open space at the corner of Lease and Chapel, and TD2 for the remainder of the site. And here you can see the zoning schedule based on the submitted plans, which defines building setbacks, podiums of 1 and 6 stories, step backs, and building heights up to 28 and 32 stories for the towers. To finish, I know that the delegate mentioned the affordable housing, and we don't have time within the presentation to speak to that at this time. However, we do welcome questions related to that and do have members of our applicant team here to answer any questions related to affordability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm glad you did bring it back to the zoning focus, which is what we're really deciding on here today, not the site plan piece. Councillor Fleury, you have questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, the presentation might be a bit confusing because what you have in front of you is really relating to the zoning. We had a lot of site plan elements in discussion, finalized, and bring back. So thank you for stating such. My question to the applicant, and I don't know if I see Michelle's been the most engaged. First off, is thank you for joining the 3 working groups that we established and being part of it and engaging with us on the community space parks, on the pedestrian and cycling links that you mentioned, and as well as the discussion of affordable housing. Hearing the delegation and also the conversation we've had, for the record, are you able to clarify your commitment relating to affordable housing for the site?
So I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you, Michelle.
Okay, wonderful. So thank you, Councillor Fleury. So very, very briefly, I do want to convey the applicant's commitment to pursue affordable housing. We've had a number of discussions with CMHC regarding their programs, and we intend to proceed with those discussions should we get the approval to do so here today in terms of the application. Equally important, we've had a number of discovery meetings with, although be it preliminary, with the city's housing department to talk about deeper affordability. So we intend to continue those discussions as part of our project. But in summary, I just wanted to convey our intentions to our commitment to seeking affordable housing as part of this project.
Sure, I have no more questions to delegation, but I would like to make final statement when appropriate.
Okay, are there any questions for the applicant? Any other questions from the committee? Councillor Cloutier.
Thank you, Mr. Guilbeault, and thank you for the presentation. So I appreciate your commitment. Can you tell us what is that commitment? Can you quantify that commitment?
Yeah, our goal, as mentioned by Mrs. Mitchell, is to have one of the towers, should we get the CMHC program funding, we would like to have at least one tower to be affordable as per CMHC criteria, but also working with the city's housing department to see how we can achieve some deeper affordability and looking at other programs that we might be able to leverage to achieve that. We're very much at the early stages of those discussions, but it is top of mind for us right now.
Yeah. but I mean, the application is before us today. And so this is an OPA and a zoning bylaw amendment, and site plan would come later. Is that correct?
Yes,
I
that
guess
is correct.
That's correct. Okay. What are the number of units in that one of those towers, since we don't have, what are the number of units in one of those towers?
Approximately 50.
Sorry, say again.
So if I look at the total amount and look at the 4 towers, you're looking at about 350 units, depending on which.
350 unit, which would be about 25% of the total builds. Is that correct? 350 is approximately 25% of 1,400.
Approximately correct, yes. But
is that the commitment?
That's the intent of our commitment to follow up with CMHC regarding their programs, for sure.
Okay. All right. So I'll point you to an application that was passed by council on September 8th, where the MOU written commitment is public and comprehensive with respect to affordable housing. I would that might be of assistance to you and to other councillors with respect to how to attain affordable housing units. Thank you. I appreciate your answers.
Thanks, Councillor Cloutier. Councillor Menard is next.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. I think, have you folks reached out to CMHC yet, or you're going there afterwards?
We have reached out to them. Unfortunately, they will not entertain an application at this stage where we are in our process. So once we get the site plan control, that's when we will be able to submit a formal application.
Okay, I have a bit of a philosophical question for you too. I mean, we've been going through this where some developers will say we're going to do the CMHC financing, right? You get a low interest loan, right, to construct. I assume that's the program you're going through. And then we have some units created based on average rents, which are usually higher. It's sort of more of the middle income that might be more affordable there rather than just say high income. It usually happens with these types of applications. But I just, as a developer or consultants for the developer, is your preference to continue on that way, or would you prefer to give, say, financing to the city to build actual subsidized units, whether they be in mixed use future developments or standalone? Would you have a preference? Do you have any ideas about that? Because we've been going on this kind of merry-go-round. We're not really making a dent in our affordable housing backlog. We've got a lot of the CMHC financing that comes here, and you're not mandated to do it. We don't have any of that. That will come as part of inclusionary zoning. But in terms of the tools we have, would your preference be to continue this way where you provide some units for 15, 20 years at some modicum rate, or would you prefer to give funding that could help build real subsidized housing? I would love to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it's not something that we've considered, the option that you've put in front of us today. So we haven't had any internal discussion. I think it's what I can say on behalf of the applicant is an openness to listen to different ways of achieving some of the goals. And you've just described one that we have not at all talked about. We've explored some other options with the city's housing department around ways that we can leverage maybe some of the programming to afford to reach deeper affordability, recognizing that the CMHC 30% is not necessarily the most realistic threshold for some citizens, but that is the program in front of us right now. So in summary, I guess I'd say we would definitely take a step back and entertain and discuss with Councillor Fleury and the community other options if they're available, and if they enable us to achieve some of our objectives as well.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And I mean, I think we should ask that question a little more often, because there may be better ground that we can gain here as a city with actual subsidized units that aren't just sort of more, middle income. And especially, as a developer, this is the way this is a mechanism you've got in front of you. But I mean, you could just say, okay, we're going to put in affordable housing as part of this. You're not mandated to do it, but that is an option in front of you to say whether we get a low interest loan or not, whether the percentages come back from CMHC at this amount for this many years. You can still do that on your own. But I recognize, why would anyone do that if they don't have the parameters to do it? Government needs to act to make sure that those provincially and locally to make sure that those things are mandated. So I've been trying to wrap my head around the inclusionary zoning piece coming, the CMHC financing we have in place now, our lack of affordable housing in the city, and developers' openness to sharing their private profits gained through OP amendments and city zoning rules that are going above and beyond with the public. So how do we share that new profit that is being gained by our own rules being lifted? I think that's a core question for us going forward. I'll today, support the application. I really am looking forward to Councillor Fleury's motion at the council meeting on this, though, and what staff can negotiate with you in advance of that council meeting, recognizing how many units you're putting in here in an area that really does need affordable housing, right next close to transit, and in an area that is being prioritized as one of the transects that's going to be looking at very, very high development coming with the new next official plan in this area. So appreciate the discussion with you today. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Menard. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we will shift gears and go to questions for staff. Andrew McCrate is the planner on this file, and there's other colleagues here as well. Councillor Fleury.
Mr. Chair, before questions are contemplated, could I raise the direction so that members of committee are fully aware?
Yeah, you've got a direction for staff. Yeah, just go ahead.
I do. Yeah. Thank you, Eric, for putting it up. So this was worked with the applicant and staff, given that significance of the proposed development and the necessity of this development to implement the transit-oriented development principles of the Lees TOD area, as well as ensuring adequate connectivity beyond the site. Planning Committee directs staff as follow: in order to achieve appropriate modal split targets for active transportation, the first site plan application submitted for 2 Robinson and 320 Lees shall include the following. 1. Condition of approval shall provide the requirement for a signalized intersection at Lees and Robinson Avenue. 2. Consideration to establish a pedestrian crossing across Lees Avenue north of the development site to connect to the multi-use pathway running parallel to the O-Train corridor. Depending on design, the crossing may also include cycling crossing. This may be accomplished through condition of approval of site plan unless other alternatives are determined for implementation through site plan application review process. And 3, during the site plan process, review and consider missing links such as sidewalks, cycling track, multi-use pathways for implementation strategies on or near the property. And Mr. Chair, I'm not giving a direction today on affordable housing, but I did want to raise that I plan to bring something to council based on the applicant's comments, council's interest, and my working with the planner Andrew McCrate. So, council colleagues, I'm glad to share that ahead of the item coming to council.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fleury. So, do staff accept that as direction?
Yes, Chair. Staff accept that as direction, and we have no concerns.
Okay, thank you. I did want to ask, and maybe that direction partly covers it. We're saying this is close to the Lees transit station, and I think you've heard my pet peeve here before. We often say distance as the crow flies. I think we need to be concerned about how the human walks, not just the crow. What are the city's plans to improve that pedestrian and cyclist realm get to Lee's Station from points on the other side of the interchange there.
Mr. Chair, that might be a question if someone's here from transportation, sort of in the bigger scheme of things, but certainly through this direction, as part of the site plan control process, we'll take a look at opportunities abutting this site and in the immediate area to help out. Further to the north, if there's something that needs to be done, that'll have to be done probably through development charges, through DC items, or through the city's cycling plan and pedestrian plan.
So are you aware, Doug, or anyone from transportation, though, is there a established plan of what needs to be done sequentially, whether it's paid for by the city or whether it's paid for by developers through development charge or through site plan negotiation? Is there an actual solid plan on what needs to be upgraded to improve the connections to the transit station?
Unless there's someone here from transportation, have to look into that. Sorry, get back to you.
Mr. Chair, there are cycling plans as part of the TMP exercise. I suspect that connectivity issues would be examined. Unfortunately, as Mr. James mentions, we don't have anybody here from transportation, but those are great questions that we could take back for them.
Okay, thank you. And I do recall Councillor Fleury, probably a couple of years ago, Planning Committee gave us a video tour of what it actually looks like to walk. It was a nearby, not the same location, but a nearby development proposal. It's not exactly the most pedestrian-friendly space in a number of places. Councillor Menard, you had your hand up?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a quick question for staff. This is a new official plan amendment. It's a zoning amendment as well. Normally, under those circumstances, I believe there's a public benefit that needs to come with it, if I'm not mistaken. And so I'm just wondering if Andrew, the planner, is there a public benefit, or what is that in this case?
So, Mr. Chair, I believe what the councillor is referring to would be where Section 37 is triggered, where the proposed density exceeds 25% or more than what is currently permitted on the property. Although this is a large development, that is not the case with the development here. The existing zoning on the property is a mix of TD1 and TD2 zoning, with heights up to 20 stories and 6 stories. And building within those as of right permissions would actually result in a larger GFA, around 120,000 square meters, compared to the 96,000 square meters of the development before the committee. So Section 37 was not triggered, which doesn't open up the conversations for community benefits as you're referring to.
Okay, no, I know Section 37 does, but and I'm not sure if this is a arterial main meeting up with another traditional main, but I think in those circumstances there is oftentimes the need for one public benefit when we're making these changes. Maybe I'm wrong, but that was my understanding. Oh, I see Doug has his hand up.
Yeah, you're right. You're talking about AM policies, about Main Street policies, and where that's applicable. So, but this is
separate. Okay. Thanks for that. Well, I appreciate this. I do think there's. I guess I just wonder on the staff side, when we go through these affordable housing discussions, what is your process? Do we try to push that in negotiations with them when there's meetings with developers to say, look, can you come back with an MOU here, or can you come back with something more concrete on affordable housing? How do you see us proceeding when it comes to these types of applications where we've got a lot of units in a very close transit area where we want affordable housing? What is the process on your end?
Go ahead, Andrew, start.
Through the chair. So it's a great question. And it's when you're in a circumstance where you don't have the leverage of a policy framework or inclusionary zoning or specific policies that have that hammer of requiring affordable housing, of course, our go-to is always to encourage it, have the discussion. In this particular case, as Councillor Fleury had noted, there was a working group established that involved the applicant team, members from different components of the community. Staff were involved in much of those discussions, but also weren't intimately involved in every meeting. And there were just good discussions, I think, on affordable housing as some of the dialogue that you just saw. So we were happy with the discussions that were happening. Also broader to this application with the signalized intersection, the addition of the public park. There's site-specific policy in this to add a community facility. So let's be mindful of that as well. So there are community benefits coming out of this development that are not policy-driven, but are a result of the project itself. So in short, we're quite happy with the discussions that have happened to date around housing, and have confidence that that working group and those discussions will continue when the site plan application is submitted.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm excited, Chair, for the future where we do have more teeth and policy that can spur these type of conversations on, where we start to see that mandating, and again, the sharing of that private profit through our rules being changed to be coming back to the public in terms of affordable housing. So I'm excited for that conversation as we move along. Appreciate the time.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for staff? I know Councillor Fleury, you probably want to do a wrap up on this item. I'm seeing no more questions for staff. So Councillor Fleury, if you want to wrap up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee, for your engagement. I want to thank the community and the applicant. These working groups are effective in bringing fulsome discussion. We've seen some of the elements either confirmed or reaffirmed through this or committed on. I jump on to what Councillor Manal was just saying. It's important for us to have the right policies in place ahead of a submission. If not, we scramble, and we all do. But I think as a city, so policies in place around affordability is one piece. We have our own responsibility too. The city and the public lands are quite extensive along the LRT. We haven't had a full report, and we don't have a development plan of our own affordable units on publicly owned land near the LRTs. Phase 1, phase 2, and the potential of phase 3. So that is slow coming, and every day we're not building, it's going to cost us way more. So that's just more of a wake-up call for all of us as we're seeing these developments along the LRT line. And then, yeah, CMHC sucks. The federal program on affordable housing and the threshold, because the income level in Ottawa is so high, it doesn't meet the income levels that need to when we think about affordable housing. So we have to pursue all of these options, but at the base, we do have to make sure that our own policies are in place prior to any application. On this site, it is a former site that was abandoned and done through receivership in the past. And ultimately, we were hoping that the university was going to extend its campus to connect what they have at the sports complex at King Edward and Mann all the way to Lees. That did not happen, and it's a private developer that was able to acquire the land. Out of all of these conversations, the one thing I'm super comfortable with is that this is rental housing. And once you have the rental stock with a diversity of units, then you could plug in any programs and range of affordability. So there's certainly hope. I will work with the applicant. This is one of the most visible sites off the 417 when people come into our city and out of the city. So design, shapes, colors, materials do matter. I will be bringing forward I don't know if it's a motion or a direction. I'll work with the chair and staff relating to the commitment on affordability, and glad to share that with colleagues ahead of time. Want to highlight a couple of things here. It's a complicated site. It's adjacent to the NCC lands where we have the Sandy Hill Arena, and we're going to have to work through the multi-use pathway that's proposed. We do have cycling connection issues that we have to work through, and thank you, Chair, for raising the connection to the LRT. I would turn your head maybe the opposite way, which is if you're familiar with the LRT, you're also familiar that we built the multi-use pathway right next to it. And if you follow that multi-use pathway right at the Nicholas off-ramp, you punch right at the Rideau Center in the Ottawa Art Gallery, which is actually such a walkable connection. It's properly lit and winter maintained, but hard to get to when you think of this site. So we'll be working with the applicant on that front. And I know the applicants presented a number of elements relating to retail and relating to public spaces. I want to encourage them to continue to look at micro grocery stores. Strathcona Heights, which is Ottawa Community Housing's largest populated community, is right next to it. And the closest food offering is on Rito or on Isabella at the Loblaws. So it's quite far from the site. And further, I want to encourage them to look at childcare, which I know they're interested in with the park component. So number of fronts to work through the site plan, and council colleagues, please keep an eye out. I will be working on a direction motion ahead of council relating to the commitment for the affordable elements for the site. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions, wrap-ups? I don't think so. Okay, well, let's do yays and nays then on the report recommendations for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 2 Robinson Avenue and 320 Lees Avenue.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Suds, Councillor Tierney, Councillor Leeper,
Yes.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Menard,
Carried.
Councillor Cloutier, I'm sorry, Councillor Cloutier, that might not have come through.
We.
Thank you. Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor Hubley,
Yes.
Councillor El Shantiri,
Yes.
Councillor Moffat,
Yes.
or Chair Moffat, Chair Gower,
Yes.
10 yeas.
Eric, did you get my yes vote?
I did, Councillor.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. This is the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 6301 and 6475 Campo Drive in Canada North. There is a technical motion. There's actually 3 technical motions that Councillor Moffat is going to move. So we'll get those up on the screen.
I'll just dive right into them because, like I said, there's 3. So
yeah, okay.
Let's read them all. So whereas report ACS 2021 PIE PS 0106 recommends zoning changes to the lands known municipally as 6301 and 6475 Campo Drive. Whereas the properties at 6301 and 6475 Campo Drive are 2 separate properties, but are owned by the same entity with a 20-meter wide city-owned parcel located between them. Whereas some of the parking associated with one site is intended to be located on the other, providing an efficient use of land. And whereas there is some uncertainty over the interpretation of the one lot for zoning purposes provision and an interest in to provide some clarity, therefore be it resolved that the following change be made to document 4, zoning details of staff report. 1, the exceptions in document 4 be amended to add the following provision in column V5. 1, despite anything to the contrary, the cumulative required parking between the 2 parcels may be shared between lands zoned with exceptions XXXI and XXX2, that there be no further notice pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act. That's the first one. Second one. Whereas this report recommends zoning changes to the lands known municipally as 6301 and 6475 Campo Drive, and whereas the words taller than 7 stories was erroneously added to the report, and whereas there are no proposed buildings above 10 stories, therefore be it resolved that the words taller than 10 stories immediately following the word buildings be deleted from the report on pages 7, 14, 27, and 28, respectively. That there be no further notice pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act. And motion number 3. And these are all from comments that we received, staff received, and just had to make adjustments and stuff. So that's why they're all technical to that degree. So whereas the property of 6301 Campo Drive is a mixed-use building that is predominantly residential, and whereas the property of 6301 Campo Drive zoning details previously applied the parking requirement for a building containing only residential units, therefore be it resolved that document 4 be revised to add the following provision in column 5 with respect to exception XXX2. 1, section 101 5D and E, with all the necessary modifications applied to the dwelling units in a mixed-use building, and that there be no further notice pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act. And I believe staff are here to elaborate on these three motions and why they are in front of us.
Yeah, Aaron O'Connell, did you want to comment just quickly on the three motions and what the intent is?
Sure, Chair. One is because there wasn't enough certainty around the one lot for bylaw purposes. The intention was always to share parking across the two properties, but we wanted to be specific that parking specifically can be shared. The second motion is because it was simply an error in wording. It was zoning details were looked at from a previous report where there was reference to buildings taller than 10 stories. So it's to provide, again, that clarity to the community and to staff that there are no buildings proposed above 10 stories on the site. And the third is because there are provisions, when we were looking at the zoning details initially, there are provisions that allow for residential only buildings to reduce the parking requirements on a site when they're in close proximity to transit. Because one of the buildings through the process has a small amount of commercial buildings, there's a different parking rate applied. And so we are asking in this case to apply the parking rate that's applicable for those residential only buildings as part of this motion moving forward. So we've done some research, and honestly, we can't figure out actually why there's a difference in the residential requirement for a mixed use building versus the residential requirement for a residential only building. And I suspect that'll be something that'll be explored through the zoning review that follows the official plan review in the future.
Okay, thanks very much, Aaron. So we do have the planner on this file, Lisa Stern, who's available to make a presentation. Again, in the interest of time, can we waive that presentation? Are committee members okay with that? Looking for nodding of heads or general agreement? I think so. Okay. We have one delegation registered, and we also have representatives from the applicant. So let's begin with the delegation. Marianne Wilkinson is with us this afternoon. Hello, Marianne. I think we're just bringing her into the panel.
Okay, I'm here now.
Hello.
I don't know why my video keeps going off. But thank you for giving those changes at the beginning. They relate to that's what I was going to say, so I won't go on that. I was at the public meeting though, and a lot of things, and there have been changes made to this plan because of that meeting, and I thank the staff for that. It's improved it, although there's still a lot of amendments to the zoning, a little bits and pieces here. And I had worked with the community before on the zoning here, and we had it very straightforward, a 6-meter setback on Campo, the first 25 meters, 3 stories, and then you go into the further, it goes 6 stories, then it goes 10 stories, and then at the Queensway, it can go up to 30 stories. And this one sort of half follows that a little bit, but I understand the reason for the changes because of the rock outcrop of the park behind them. So I can live with all of that. It's not a big problem. It's are you meeting the intention? This is an area with a lot of apartments already. We have 9 apartment buildings already in that area, all rental. The 10th is under construction right now. It's the one I'm going to move into. And there's 2 more here, and there's a couple near the Queensway up to 30 stories that are in the works. So there's a lot, and every one of these is rental. But every one of them has provided 1 parking spot per unit in the rental, because although it's technically within walking distance of light rail, there isn't any light rail there. There isn't any rapid bus transit there, and there's no timeline for when that's going to happen. So all of the other buildings have actually put in, and we had to negotiate this when the one was very, very close to walking distance, much closer than this one, to allow them to have 1. And they've told me that even having the 1 is not always enough, because some people in Canada want to keep their 2 cars. And it's been a huge problem having enough parking. And in this particular one, the one building is a little bit further away from the, so it's getting 1 per unit. The other is getting the half per unit. And with the change that was just brought forward, that would mean they'd be able to do that, because they wouldn't be under that other circumstances. And I'm just saying to what you should be looking at is having enough parking so that you don't create problems. This development is on Campo Drive, which has no parking. The little side street that it's going to have the parking on isn't even built yet, but it's not very long. And behind this apartment is the Wheelterron Park, which is a high rock ridge, which you can't, it's even hard sometimes to walk on, let alone put cars on. So I have no idea where they're going to go. And although people may take transit to work, it's hard in Canada. A lot of people who live in Canada do so because they work in Canada. And it can take you up to 3 buses in an hour to get what way to go drive in about 5 minutes. And that we've had complaints about that all along. It's just the way that the whole system's worked to generate people going into downtown Ottawa. And the cross traffic problem has been going on forever. And Councillor Hubley knows this very well because we've had discussions on this many times over the years, and I'm sure he still is. We've improved things a bit, but they're still not great. So I just think it would be, there's a problem could happen here that you could overcome if they put in a little bit more parking now and make sure that people don't have, some people just won't go there. For the developer's point of view, the developers before said, we want that one because we can't rent our apartments if you don't have a parking spot. Now the sharing will help a little bit because if there's 3 people in one building without a car and there's 3 people in another building to get those parking spots, but I still don't think it's enough. So that was the main thing. And just look at the figures. There's 184 total stacked townhouses. They each get one. And there are 614 apartments, of which 346 and 348 in the one get one, but the other, the one with 266, this gets 133. There's also over 4,000, there's enough commercial in there that I'd use, the staff were kind enough to send me the criteria for that. And if you apply that criteria, 14 spots for the retail. And there is absolutely no visitor parking anywhere. They've taken all the visitor parking off. So if you don't have enough room for the residents to park, it's just a little bit of a problem. It's not quite the same as downtown Ottawa, where you have a lot of different things. We've experienced that parking is necessary, even if they don't always use it. They want to have it to take their kids, if they have kids, to soccer and various other things. They want to go to the farmers market, which is not in the transit system, because we're right next to things which are close by. So I just wanted to make sure, I would have had Jenna do this if she was still with you on this committee, but I felt I should, I mean, read the report last week. I felt I should do something, and I sent a few emails to staff, and I think that generated some of those changes that you just had, and I'm glad to see those. And I'm willing to answer any questions you might have about that. I can tell you I'm still interested in what happens in the community. I've never not been interested in the community, whether I've been on council or not. And I've been to many of the Jenna's meetings, and I've commented on many of the developments going ahead, because there's a lot happening in this world. So that's all I really needed to say. I don't want to hold you up much, and I have to leave at 3 o'clock to get a plane to Vancouver.
Well, thank you, Marianne. Do any of our committee members have questions for Marianne? Okay, well, we appreciate having the local perspective on this file, and perhaps we'll see you soon. We can go to the applicant now. There's an opportunity, if you'd like to make a presentation, I know you prepared a presentation, or if you just want to take questions from our committee, that's up to you. We have Samir Gulamani, Fernando Fabiani, and Dennis Jacobs representing the applicant. I think we're just bringing them online now. There's Fernando, there's Dennis. I think Samir's on the list as well. Dennis, do you want to lead things off? I actually can't hear you, Dennis. Looks like you're unmuted on Zoom, but we're not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. I do have a very short presentation that I would like to make. If I'll go through that quickly, and then we can get on to questions following that. The Chair Gower and members of committee we're here to support the staff report, and as you've indicated, with me is Samir Gulamani representing the owners, and Fernando Fabiani, who's the project architect. If I could have the next slide. The land was acquired from the City of Ottawa with zoning in place that permitted 9-story development in the area hatched in blue and 11 stories in the area hatched in green. Along Cordillera, there was a narrow strip of development reserve that requires rezoning for anything to happen on. This zoning was not in line with the most recent updates to the town center plan. And the intent on acquisition of these lands was to prepare development that was more in line with the town center plan. And this required changes to this existing zoning. And to summarize, the first was the existing zoning permitted only required 0 setback from Compo Drive. With our proposal, we've increased that to 3 meters. The building height has been reduced along Compo from 9 stories to 3 stories. And that we've maintained that 3-story height as the development wraps around Cordillera for the first half of Cordillera. The proposed apartment buildings, the height was permitted. The 2 areas identified in green hatching permitted 35 stories. On parcel 2, which is on the left side of the screen, the footprint of the apartment building essentially fits within the area identified already for 35 meters. On parcel 1, we need to enlarge the footprint of that zoning somewhat, but in both cases, we are reducing the height from 35 meters to 32 meters in the zoning bylaw request. Next item. There was considerable consultation with the community as well as with staff and the Urban Design Review Panel in leading up to the design, with some very good commentary provided. There was a virtual meeting that the former Councillor Wilkinson referred to that was well attended and good feedback received. And also because of a history through a development adjacent to the east on 1100 Canadian Shield, the owners of this property had good relations with the local community, and there was a number of people that spoke directly with the design team, which helped us achieve the design that we're proposing. If I could go to the next slide, please. So the key design principles were to keep the height along Compo Drive to 3 stories, minimize the potential for overlook into the rear yards on the north side of Compo by ensuring that the apartment buildings and taller buildings were to the south end of the property. We increased the separation between the stacked. We preserved a significant area in a natural state, which I'll provide a bit more detail on the next slide, but we enhanced the streetscape on Cordillera. And through the placement of the buildings and the site grades, we really were able to bring the perceived height of the 10-story buildings quite a bit lower as a result of the way they've been designed and placed on the site. Next slide, please. As you can see, over 1/3 of parcel 2 has been kept in a natural state. There will be no development whatsoever, no removal of the vegetation or the rock in the areas shown in green. And also the southern edge of parcel 1 has been left undisturbed so that there will be a better integration with the natural areas found in Bilterran Park to the south. There is on parcel 1 an increased separation between the townhouse blocks that front onto Compo Drive in the middle of the site to permit views from Compo through to the apartment building at the back and that single story section of the apartment building. So you have views straight through to the park in behind. The orientation of the units on Cordillera have been revised through input from the community and design staff to ensure that the frontage of all of these units faces Cordillera as opposed to the sides or backs of units to improve the streetscape. As well, the project is to be phased. Parcel 2, the eastern parcel or the left side of the screen, will be developed first, followed by parcel 1 as soon as the construction is completed on parcel 2. There is an agreement to work with the city to provide a naturalized path connection from Compo Drive to Bill Tarrant Park, as well as part of the phase 2 development to provide direct access from Compo Drive into the park to the south. Final slide, please. This is an aerial rendering looking southwest across Compo, and it shows how the building heights integrate well with the adjacent lands. The taller buildings that are on the west of the site, as well as the buildings at 1100 Cordillera are 1100 Canadian Shield, are apartment style dwellings. So we have a consistency across that. And at the front of the site, the relationship between the 3-story buildings and those of the low-rise buildings on the north side of Compo. There is a potential for additional street trees on parcel 2. Once the widening of Compo takes place, at this point in time, while it's in the plan to widen it to a full 4-lane cross section, the design of that has not taken place, and there are opportunities to improve street trees along particularly parcel 2 in that area. Also, the placement of the stacked units does permit, it provides screening of all of the surface parking, so it's only visible from the interior of the site. This slide also again shows the significant green area that will be left undisturbed between the 2 parcels, and I think that is very much in keeping with the natural design ethic that you find in the Kanata, especially the Beaverbrook and Kanata Lakes communities.
Dennis, can I pause you there?
Yep.
You are over time, and I think that's a good overview.
Okay.
I do want to give committee members an opportunity to ask questions to you and the applicant team. Are there any questions for the applicant? I have one, which is a follow-up to what Marianne Wilkinson raised around parking. Certainly there's well, you've asked for a reduction in parking spaces. Why do you think that's appropriate, and how are you mitigating any concerns about overflow parking from residents who may own more vehicles than they have parking spaces for?
The reduction in parking, we initially had sought for a greater increase in the reduction, and through discussions with the community and through the design process, we have changed that, so we're very close to a 1 space per unit between the 2 sites standard. The real impetus for it is from the experience of the owners of the property, the immediately east site, the 1100 Canadian Shield. You can just see the top of the building in the bottom right corner. That is a combination of a hotel and apartment building complex, and the experience with the demands for parking at that site were really the driving factor for a request to bring down the standards. It was found that there is more than enough parking to satisfy the demands on that property, and so the intent was to maintain that across and to avoid the need to blast deeper into the rock to put in additional parking.
And whoever is owning or renting would fully understand how many parking spaces they have access to before they move in here?
Yes, they would. Perhaps Mr. Gulamani would like to speak to his experience at 1100 Canadian Shield in answer to your question. I'm not seeing him on the screen. Oh, no, oh,
There he is. Hi. We can't hear you. You're not muted on Zoom, but we can't hear your audio, Samir. We still can't hear you, unfortunately. We'll give you a moment if you want to see if you can resolve that. Are there any other questions for the applicant? I will say one piece that this has come up before around parking minimums in the suburbs for stacked townhomes and townhomes where we have applicants request reductions. And we don't really have a clear data set as a city. There's an assumption, I think, from a lot of residents that people who live in the suburbs must own 2 or more cars. I suspect that's not true. And I suspect if you're moving into a place and you know you only have 1 parking spot, if you own more than that, you're probably going to find another place to live in. But it's one piece that we're missing in some of our data that we use to make planning decisions is a really good statistical or census type survey about how many cars are actually owned by people who live in singles, in towns, in apartments. And I think there's some work underway to resolve that. But for now, we sort of rely on the market experience of applicants, which is why I'm asking these questions. Samir, I wonder if your audio is working now.
How is that now?
Excellent. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So through the chair, we own the apartment building just to the immediate east of this building. And we know from our own tenants, and we have in that building mostly 2-bedroom units, whereas this proposal will be about half and half, 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. But from the other building, we know that we have a parking usage rate of about 0.75 to 1. And when we ask our tenants what they're doing in terms of transit, a lot of them are actually taking the bus the bus available from Compo. So that's been our own experience. Now, having done some community consultation here, originally when this proposal was submitted, we had the application at 0.75 spots per unit. But after doing the community consultations, what we did instead was we increased it to 1 to 1. And then on the stacked towns, each of those stacked towns would have a dedicated spot, so that would be 1 to 1. But then where we increased it was also on the apartment buildings. So we're just over 1 to 1, including the visitor parking now. And we did that at great expense, because what we're dealing with here is that there's a lot of granite rock that's very close to the surface. So in order to achieve that, we will have to be blasting into that rock another level underground. But we did that because the community felt strongly that was required. So that's what we did.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Are there any questions for staff on this? Lisa Stern is the planner. I'm seeing none. Well, let's consider the motions first of all, the technical motions that Councillor Moffat introduced previously. On the first motion on facilitating shared parking between the 2 sites, is that motion carried?
Carried.
Carried, thank you. On the second motion, that was to remove the words taller than 10 stories. Is that
Carried.
motion carried?
Carried.
Carried, thank you. And on the third motion, it was to apply the residential TOD parking rate to the mixed-use development. Is that motion carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. Okay, let's do yays and nays on the report recommendations as amended.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Suggs, Councillor Tierney, Councillor Leeper,
Yes.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Menard,
Yes.
Councillor Cloutier, Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor Hubley,
Yes.
Councillor El Shantiri,
Yes.
Chair Moffat,
Yes.
Chair Gower,
Yes.
9 yeas.
Okay, thank you, Eric. We can move on to the next item. So here-
Mr. Chair, I think Council Kutse is trying to get on. He's having a problem with the Council Kutse. Can you hear us?
was having some audio issues earlier, I think. Okay, well, let's keep going. We have, we're going to move to item number 8, zoning bylaw amendment for 1330 Carling Avenue and 815 Archibald Street in River Ward. And then after that, we'll be going to the site plan for 99 Bill Latham. We have one delegation on this item, which is why we held it. We have Wendy C. here who can do a presentation, but I think we could waive that presentation in the interest of time. Yes, thank you. So we'll go straight to the delegation. Robert Brinker. Just bring Robert into the panel.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, councillors. My name is Robert Brinker. I'm a resident on 10th Street, south to the side, and I'm supporting this proposal in general. My councillor, Wiley Brockington, held a pre-consultation meeting before the application got filed to gather feedback from the community, which was highly appreciated. Some concerns are still valid in my neighborhood, mostly over spillover parking, which is manageable, but parking on 10th Street is already near capacity and will be reduced in the future due to infill and redevelopment. The required transition into the low-rise neighborhood from the Westgate lands is not provided as per the secondary plan. The neighborhood line in the secondary plan is directly behind the building. There's no transition from the 24 stories at Westgate to the low-rise neighborhood. The biggest concern is a vehicle side access regress. It's our concern. With this redevelopment combined with a fully built up travel lodge redevelopment next across Archibald Street will bring Archibald Street at or slightly over capacity as per the travel lodge secondary plan phase 2 transportation impact study. But in conclusion, I hope this application will be approved rather sooner than later to reduce the construction impacts from this development and the travel lodge combined. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Robert. Are there any questions for Robert? There are. Councillor Brockington.
Robert, you will get your wish. We will approve this in about 90 seconds, so it will be approved sooner rather than later. I do want to thank you and acknowledge your tremendous work in Carlington, both previously on the board and with the FCA, so thank you. And for the committee's context, in a 2-block range between Kirkwood and Maryville, there are 13 towers. 12 have been approved. This will be the 13th slated to be built. So the community's concerns have a number of concerns, and they're absolutely legitimate. And Robert, to your point about parking, there were a number of chronic issues. We just heard this with the phase 2 for the travel lodge, concerns about on-street parking, and it will continue to be my commitment to work with you and neighbors to address these issues. So thank you for staying online so long today and for your delegation today. It's always appreciated.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Robert. We do have the applicant here, but I want to ask if the committee is ready to approve this. Does the applicant need to speak? Paul Black is here. Hi, Paul.
Hi, Chair Carroll. I apologize. I was just joining as a panelist, so you cut off just as you were asking if the committee is ready to.
If the committee is prepared to carry this, do you need to speak on the item?
No, I don't.
Okay, we have no motions, no amendments or anything. So, so on the zoning bylaw amendment for 1330 Carling Avenue and 815 Archibald Street, are the report recommendations carried?
Carried.
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 And thank you, Paul and Robert, for your patience and for sticking around to 2:38 p.m. We will move on to the last item on the agenda today, which is the site plan control approval for 99 Bill Latham Drive, 2 Lakin Drive, and 20 Lakin Drive in Gloucester, South Nepean. So we do have our planner, Sean Moore, is here, who has a brief presentation. The applicant is here as well, and we have 15 delegations registered. So we'll begin with our planner and then on to the applicant if they wish to make a presentation off the start. Sean, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. So I'll just wait for the slide presentation to go up and begin. So my name is Sean Moore. I'm the senior planner on this application. The application before us is an application for site plan control where delegated authority has been lifted. And the site, as you mentioned, is at Bill Latham and Lakin Drive in the South Maryville Business Park in Ward 22, and it abuts Ward 9. Staff are recommending approval of a site plan to permit the development of a 25,900 square meter light industrial office and associated warehouse facility. And furthermore, staff are recommending planning committee to return delegated authority to staff to finalize the plans and reports for site plan execution. Next slide, please. So here's the location within the South Maryville Business Park. The business park is somewhat isolated from the immediate community in that the business park is located in the northeast quadrant of Barrhaven, adjacent to the NCC Greenbelt, and physically separated from residential to the south by the Clark Bellinger Environmental Stormwater Facility. The Rideau Crest Davidson Heights community and residential community is located south of the stormwater management pond and connects to the business park through Lakin Drive. The application forms about 30 hectares or 70 acres of property. And approximately half of this is subject of the site plan control application. There are 2 other parcels that would be future development parcels. And also the majority of the South Maryville Business Park, where this subject site plan control application, it forms along the northern half fronting on or abutting the NCC Greenbelt. Next slide, please. The site is designated urban employment area within the city's OP. The urban employment area is intended to provide sufficient areas for economic activity over the long term and providing large parcel sizes, allowing for large floor plates, storage areas, and parking, etc. These designations are usually in close proximity to either highway interchanges and or city's arterial road network that coincide with truck routes. The urban employment area permits manufacturing, warehousing, distribution, research and development, and office uses. The site's also in proximity to the Ottawa Macdonald-Cartier International Airport, and it's within the operating influence zone. So thus, this business park isn't allowed any sensitive uses such as residential or other sensitive uses due to the aircraft noise. Next slide, please. So here's Schedule E. This is the urban road network. The slide illustrates that the arterial roads in red, and they're the ones that are in proximity to the subject site are Fallowfield, Woodruff, Maryville, and Prince of Wales. These roads provide transportation services to the business park. And then there's the major collector roads in yellow. You see Longfields Drive as the major collector road entering the business park. Arterial roads are the longest travel routes in the city, and they connect to other arterials. They connect to highway interchanges, and they provide the highest volume capacity. And in most cases, they serve as the city's designated truck routes, and they link employment designations. Next slide, please. There's a secondary plan which is governs this site. It's a South Nepean Areas 1, 2, and 3 secondary plan. The site's designated prestige business park. It's intended that up to 10,000 jobs are planned for this area. The business park permits light manufacturing, assembly, processing, fabrication of goods and materials, as well as warehousing. research and development, and related office functions. And there's also a provision in the secondary plan which links the policies back to the main parent plan for the urban employment area that I just mentioned. Next slide, please. The site is zoned light industrial subzone 9, which is a specific subzone to the South Maryville Business Park. The IL9 zone permits uses which include office, light industrial, and associated warehousing. Warehousing allows for buildings to have storage and distribution of goods. Light industrial allows for manufacturing, assembly processes, packaging of packaging of finished parts or parts made from other materials and so forth. Next slide, please. This is the overall site plan showing the about 30 plus acres where the subject site plan is, and then the other two parcels being areas A and B on the map are the future development parcels. The proposal before us in the site plan consists of office and light industrial uses with associated shipping, loading, and distribution elements. Access would be from immediately from Longfields Drive, Beletham Drive, Paragon Avenue, and then a future private road that's part of the site plan connecting to Leakin Drive. We've done landscaping is provided around the perimeter of the site with buffering to the NCC Greenbelt. The main entrance is oriented to the west through about a 1,500 square meter office component on the west side of the building. The city is also seeking a public park to be designated and to the city, dedicated to the city on parcel 2A Leakin Drive, which is kitty corner to the roundabout in the southwest. So the facility that is under the site plan contains assembly line, including processing, handling of previously prepared products and packages, merchandise and packages servicing external customers. The facility is to receive shipments from other manufacturers and retailers, includes employees picking items, packing boxes, removing and wrapping and repackaging and grouping of packages. These uses that I just mentioned are consistent with the light industrial definition. Next slide, please. More details, just some stats. There's about 485 vehicular parking spaces for employees. It's anticipated there would be at least that amount of jobs, 485. There's about 310 trailer parking shown and 100 designated loading bays and 79 docking doors, and is anticipated about 500 construction jobs through this proposal. And then my final slide just illustrates the rendering of the property. And I would just note that the city, through the site plan control application, reviewed and received TIA that was done in accordance with our TIA guidelines. The TIA prepared by the applicant indicates the facility is expected to be a 24-hour-a-day facility with multiple shifts outside of the peak period of the adjacent road network. The development is expected to generate about 250 two-way vehicular trips, including trucks, during the AM peak hour, and about 255 two-way vehicular trips, including trucks during the PM peak hour. Trucks are expected to travel through that arterial road network that I mentioned earlier to the site and to and from the site. And the TA identifies about 50% of traffic to and from the west from Fallowfield and about 50% of truck traffic to and from the east in a combination with using Maryville and Prince of Wales. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. And just for clarity, TIA, Traffic Impact Assessment?
Yes, sorry, that's correct.
I know we as counselors all know about it, but there may be residents tuning in who don't know all the acronyms. Councillor Meehan, I see your hands up. We're going to come back to staff after the public delegations for questions. We have the applicant here as well. We'll give them the opportunity to do a brief presentation or remarks before we go to delegations. We have Roberto Alberto from Gowling and Greg Winters from Novatech. So just give them a second to be brought into the call here. Do you have a presentation, Greg and Roberto? Any slides?
No, I don't, Mr. Chair. All I do is just, I have a few brief opening remarks that I just like to make. So
Okay.
I'll just step to those now, if that's okay.
Yep, go ahead.
All right, so it's good afternoon, Chair and councilors and member of the public. I'm Greg Winters. I'm a senior project manager and planner at Novatech, a consulting firm working on the file. I'm here today on behalf of our client Medusa Inc. in support of their site plan application. I'm joined today by my colleagues Lee Sheets, Director of Land Development Engineering, and Jennifer Long, Senior Project Manager from Transportation and Engineering at Novatech, as well as you'd indicated, Roberto Alberto from Gowlings. The three of my colleagues at Novatech are here and available should any questions come up about the technical plans and reports related specifically to the site plan application. I'd like to state that we have read the city staff report and our client is in support of its conclusions and recommendations. Our teams worked very, very hard to answer the questions through the site plan process. And we believe that it's evident through the thoroughness of the staff report that you see before you today. We've also read the conditions in the report and our client has provided acceptance already to city staff. We thank you for this opportunity to speak on the matter and we look forward to your support on this file. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see again some hands up. We're going to come back to the applicant for questions. Oh, sorry, Roberto, you wanted to say something as well?
Yeah, sorry, they had asked for us to split the time, if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
No worries. No, so my name is Roberto Alberto. I'm a partner at Gowlings and co-counsel with Michael Paulowin on behalf of the applicant for this application. With respect to this item before Planning Committee, I'm here to emphasize, firstly, that the question of use is not before Planning Committee today, and to encourage Planning Committee to support staff's recommendations. The zoning of the subject properties is not an issue today. The matter is solely in relation to site plan, so is limited to the prescribed conditions that are permitted under Section 41 of the Planning Act, which does not include use. Any comments or criticism on the basis of use are irrelevant and cannot be considered by Planning Committee in making its decision.
Thanks. I'm just going to jump in here. We don't need you to tell us that. That's our role as chairs to make sure the committee's in order and that we speak to relevant matters, but we don't need the applicant to tell us what we can and cannot talk about and consider here today. Okay.
Well,
I'm just telling you. It's not going to help your cause to come here and tell us what we can or cannot talk about.
Okay, I'm just telling you a legal opinion on behalf of the applicant, which has been defended in multiple proceedings before. And if I could just carry on. Okay, and
it's just not necessary.
Okay, and if I could just finish my remarks, I would appreciate it. So it's important that delegated authority be returned to staff, which is typical with city practices and would be extremely onerous if this were to stay with Planning Committee. And so accordingly, we support staff's recommendation to endorse the site plan application and the delegated authority be returned to staff in relation to approvals of the plans. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to move on to our delegations, and we will come back after delegations for the opportunity for committee members to ask questions to the applicant and then ask questions to staff, and then we'll have debate and so on after that. So we have 15 delegations registered. I'll just read off the names of the first three people. We have Paul Fleury, Sean McBride, and Bruce Ricketts. So Paul Fleury, you are up first. I'm just looking for you on the screen here. And a reminder to people who are making a presentation, there's a 5-minute speaking limit. And then committee members will have an opportunity to ask you questions as well as delegations. Do we have Paul on screen? We'll just wait a moment for everyone to connect. So Paul Fleury, I see you here in the room as a panelist. You may need to accept the prompt to unmute so that we can hear you.
Okay, I am here. Sorry about that.
That's okay. We can hear you now.
Perfect. So thanks for taking the time to listen to me today, Councillor Gower, Councillor Moffat, and other members of the committee. I am a resident of Barrhaven, and just like the 4,000 others who've signed the petition opposed to putting a high volume truck depot in the South Maryville Business Park, I have some serious reservations about the impact the facility will have on the area in terms of traffic congestion and pollution. And I don't believe the motion should go forward. Because let's be clear what the proposal is about. It's about mass movement of goods on roads. The application indicates that the facility is to receive shipments, repackage, relabel, and distribute things to customers within the same geographical area. This means obviously the hundreds of truck trips per day coming into and out of the facility via the 416 and 417. And as well as the thousands of trips per day by site employees coming on site, delivery trucks coming and going, as well as potentially even gig economy workers delivering goods in their own vehicles. So it really is about movement. And the problem with the South Maryville Business Park location is a very inefficient choice of location if movement is a key requirement. The site's 10 kilometers away from the 416. Each tractor trailer coming will cross at least 5 major intersections, a busy surface rail crossing, the transit way, the entrance to one of the bigger park and rides in the city. And residents of Barrhaven know that the roads surrounding the facility are already pretty much at capacity. This was supported in the transportation impact assessment that was provided. Facilities where the major requirement is movement of goods logically ought to be located near intercity highways, not 10 kilometers into the city, sandwiched between suburbs, the greenbelt, and a river with limited crossing points. It's clear from reading that the report to the planning committee that the Ottawa zoning bylaws do not have any frame of reference for this type and this scale of use that's being proposed by the truck depot application. Page 10 of the report fully admits that the truck depot is an undefined land use within the city's bylaw. And this is a big problem. Bylaws are intended, of course, to ensure that the land use is appropriate and location, because different uses have different impacts on the city's infrastructure and the people. And none of the other types of uses that were presented for the Prestige Business Park envisioned anywhere near the amount of impact on the local transportation grid that a truck depot would have, nor create the amount of noise, traffic, and disruption that would come from its 24/7 operation. The city of Ottawa should have a bylaw that's suitable for this type of use to ensure that businesses where the predominant activity is movement of goods are confined to locations that make sense. Movement facilities should be placed away from populated areas to the extent possible and near major intercity highways where goods come and go to. When the committee looked at the 8 other municipalities for guidance in their bylaws, I wonder if the committee also looked at other facilities of this nature and their impacts on other municipalities that have approved them. Citizens of the local community know that this development will overwhelm the local road infrastructure, cause gridlock, and will result in increased traffic flow through our neighborhoods. We can point exactly on the map where the gridlock will occur and can visualize the long lines of traffic idling and traffic jams spanning the rail crossing, major intersections, and transitway. Reading the report to the committee, it appears the city's transportation plan to expand the different routes will not actually help alleviate the situation, and this will turn into a forever problem. So, given the amount of concern that's been expressed by citizens who live in the local area and the 4,000 who have signed the petition, I'd argue that the city of Ottawa has to fully understand the impact of this type of facility on the local environs and have an appropriate zoning bylaw for it. A better site for the facility should be chosen, one that does not adversely affect the largest suburb in Ottawa. So I don't have enough time to go over the negative impacts on the environment this facility will have, but the placement will ensure heavy air pollution through idling vehicles stuck in traffic jams. Permitting this use seems completely at odds with the city's green focus and the recent declaration of a climate emergency. Thank you for your consideration this afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Are there any questions from the committee for Paul? Councillor Cloutier.
Thank you, and Paul, thank you, and you're the first one, and I of many delegations who will present today. I just feel I need to say the zoning for this was passed on June 9th, and I do understand that approval is being appealed, and it's the site plan that is up today, and planning procedures and processes are complex: official plan amendments, zoning bylaw, and site plan applications. I understand all that. And what are the elements of the site plan that are of concern, and what changes could be brought to the site plan that would address the community's concerns? Other than, I recognize you don't want it here. We have to deal with what's before us.
Understood. The issue at the root, no matter, and I apologize, this is my first attendance at a city council meeting. So
no
at
apology
the issue, reading
needed.
the report to committee, it was clear to me that the bylaw doesn't quite fit, so we found the closest applicable one. So I think that appeal process needs to go through. So I can't, having reviewed the site plan, I'm not equipped nor trained to provide any feedback on its merits. So I won't waste the committee's time.
Okay. I appreciate that, and no apology required. I appreciate that you came to speak to us today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cloutier. Any other questions from committee members? Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, sorry, it's not necessarily a question. I just wanted to provide some clarity on that. Councillor Cloutier just mentioned the zoning bylaw amendment from a couple months ago. To be clear, this has nothing to do with that. That's an entirely different application. I realize it's the same property. It's not relevant to today because today's application is a site plan amendment or a site plan application, sorry, for this property under the existing zoning, not the zoning that was approved by council and is being appealed. That zoning would have allowed for a truck terminal depot on its own with no office component whatsoever. The existing zoning on the site permits a warehouse use as long as it is adjacent or alongside another permitted use. In this case, it's office space. So because the applicant has come forward with an office space use, the warehouse use that they're also proposing is in line with the existing zoning, which is why this is only a site plan application. But I want to make sure that committee and the public isn't confusing the two. I think Councillor Meehan and Councillor Egel, I know it well. The two, how they're kind of different, even though they're also kind of the same. But no, it is a separate application here that is being considered entirely outside of that previous decision that this committee made on zoning.
Thank you, Councillor.
Understood. Thank you.
I'm seeing no further questions. So thank you, Paul, for your presentation. And next speaker is Sean McBride.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Welcome, Sean.
Thank you. I've lived here for 21 years. The house I live in has been here for at least 35 years, and many of the nearby homes in the immediate area have been here for 40 or 50 years. That's to say this isn't about someone acquiring or building a home beside this prestigious or executive business park and then complaining about it. These homes predate the park. There's three initial points I'd like you to consider. One, this business park is not like other business parks. When it was initially envisioned by the city of Nepean a long time ago, it was literally a hunk of land in the middle of nowhere, what was then near a noisier airport. Now through development, it's essentially surrounded by residential areas, and it's difficult to get to this business park without literally driving in front of people's homes. Two, Maryville Road is not like other truck routes. Unlike, say, Woodruff, Maryville Road is one lane either direction and is in many cases lined with houses. The lower portion of Maryville Road, which the applicant is suggesting will see 50% of the truck traffic, has no sidewalks, no lights, and is the only way of accessing public transit for our local neighborhood. And finally, three, this Amazon facility won't be like the other Amazon facilities. If you look at the Amazon facility in the side of Barrhaven, is right at a highway exit. And this facility cannot be easily accessed without driving through residential areas. So I believe there must be and there should be provisions dealing with these differences. Okay, the next point, I'd like to bring out a few things in the document. It's primary versus secondary uses. So, and Councillor Moffat just sort of spoke to this briefly. Basically, page 17, office and associated warehouse and building. Well, let's take a close look at that. The office space is 16,000 square feet. The remainder of the building is over 250,000 square feet, plus there are 100 loading bays, plus there are 300 tractor trailer parking spaces. I think it's very clear to any reasonable person, this is a large which could be larger. There's provision for expansion. It's a large Amazon sortation facility with a very small office space to support that primary function. There's also some talk in the documents of noise, proximity to residential areas. Page 7, I'll notice that the residential areas to the east were omitted, and also Sean earlier admitted them in both his presentation and his slides. They are mentioned later on in the document, to be fair, but I think these are kind of crucial because they are the closest residential areas to this, this proposal. The document points out that the closest residential use is 180 meters away on page 9, that a noise study wasn't required, which unfortunately has happened here. The building itself or the facility isn't going to make any noise. I'm quite confident the building will be quiet. On the other hand, the trucks coming and going continually to this, this facility will make a lot of noise and produce a lot of diesel fumes. And these trucks will be driving 10 meters, 30 feet if you're my age, in front of houses. If you don't believe me, please have a look at Google Maps. On page 16, there was an environmental impact assessment and a note that there was a bobo link and a metal arc. I wouldn't know what those were if they hit me in the face, to be honest. I have nothing against those birds, but I'd like to point out there's also human beings in that area. So again, what I mentioned earlier, these human beings will be severely impacted by this. At the best case, a huge decrease in their property values and a lot of inconvenience with noise and diesel fumes. And of course, the worst case would be some health issues. The document also mentions the creation of jobs. It doesn't mention the jobs that will be eliminated. Amazon's a large American company whose purpose is to displace local retailers. I don't believe for a second we can stop Amazon, but I do believe you should see that they set up shop in an appropriate location, and that we shouldn't be bending over backwards to shoehorn them into this particular location. So to quickly conclude, 5 minutes is tough. Today's could be interesting. We're going to see how city works. Clearly not the applicant's first rodeo. They brought along the lawyers and all. It's very cleverly and well-written submission. Well done. Could you approve this? Sure. There's a lot of ambiguities in the use of this property. I think you could squeeze it in. I think that type of thinking will lead to a bad outcome.
1 minute.
I can't help but wonder if the LRT isn't impacted by that type of thing. Or you, the planning committee, could step back a little, have an honest look at what's being suggested here, and realize it doesn't fit the intent or capacity of this site. You could choose not to accommodate a large American company and instead support your local residents. I hope that you do the right thing and that you don't do the wrong thing the right way. Thank you for the time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Sean. There was at least one question. I want to make sure we're clear. You mentioned Amazon. While we do know that this application is for e-commerce, there's no indication as to what the company is. So I think it's a big leap to make an assumption on what company may or may not be operating here. Councillor Egley.
Thank you, Chair Gower. You're quite right on the last point. We had asked at an open meeting what the tenant was going to be, and we didn't receive an answer. So you're quite right. That is unknown. Sean, I just want to sort of, well, first of all, thank you for coming out. But secondly, piggybacking on the comments made by Chair Moffat about the difference between a site plan application and a zoning change application. If I'm hearing you, one of your big concerns is noise that is going to be generated by the operation of the facility. Is that accurate?
It would be noise and air pollution, and not necessarily the facility itself, but the trucks coming and going from this facility.
No, that's why I said the operation of the facility.
Agreed.
You know, in order for the facility to operate, the trucks have to come and go. There wouldn't be any other way to get the goods in and out.
Sure.
Can you, other than obviously not wanting it to be there, do you have any suggestions for city staff or the committee whereby you think noise could be buffered from the surrounding neighborhood?
I don't believe there's any good way of buffering it. In some of these streets, for example, Prince of Wales, there's houses on both sides. So if you put up a noise barrier on one side, you increase the noise on the other side, which isn't very nice. I think insisting that the trucks leave and head north to Fallowfield would help a little bit. I suspect that wouldn't be palatable to the applicant. But no, to me, this is something that should be built on some of the vacant land at the airport so that they could take their goods directly from an aircraft right into the facility without having to truck them through a residential area.
Okay. Well, thank you for that.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm seeing no additional questions, so thank you, Sean. Next speaker is Bruce Ricketts. Actually, our next three: Bruce Ricketts, Debbie Witham, Jacques Chenet. But first is Bruce Ricketts.
Chair, I'm not seeing Bruce Ricketts, Debbie Whittam, or Jacques Chenet on the line. I believe the next speaker might be Ina Ellis.
Okay, well, I know it's been a long day, so if they reappear, please let us know. So Ina Ellis, then Nancy Sinclair, then Brian Marshall. So Ina Ellis, are you with us? I can see Ina on the screen. You may have to accept the prompt to unmute, Ina.
I don't see the prompt.
We can hear you now. That's good.
Okay, that's good.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ina Ellis, and I live in this neighborhood. In fact, my backyard is right on Prince of Wales. There is many concerns, and I've been involved through this approval process from the beginning, and I've stated many things. But today, my point is going to be, I want to focus on safety and well-being of this community. First and for all, I want to mention that Maryville, close to Leakin intersection, is a school bus zone. If this proposed project gets approval, it will make this area extremely unsafe. Reason one, Maryville Road, close to intersection, Leakin and Maryville, like I mentioned, has a pickup and drop-off zone where children cross the Maryville to get on and off bus. Reason two, high school students in this area have to use public transit. To make this more vivid, I'm going to explain my kids' route, and they're in high school. So they have to walk along Maryville, which has no sidewalk and no bike lane. Then they have to turn left on Beckstem. Then they have to turn left on Leakin. So if this side gets approved, what that would mean for my kids? That means 3 days, 3 times a day. Well, 3 times in the morning and 3 times at night. They could possibly face with a right turning 18-wheeler that's turning right, which would be 3 times around their route, 3 different turns. Each time a truck turns, that would create a blind spot. So in a 10-minute walk that my children would be walking to the bus, they will be in the blind spot of an 18-wheeler 3 times in the morning and 3 times at night. That, I don't know how that can be fixed. I have read, I'm going to show you, I have every book you can possibly imagine on this. I've read every file. I read everything, every study, every piece of paper here, and all the supporting documents, and very shocked to find out that this project views this facility as equivalent to RCMP, Enbridge, or anything like that. I just want to pointed out that RCMP and other businesses in the area, they're very quiet. The only noise we get from them is a seasonal snow removal. But it is very clear that this business will be extremely toxic. I don't need to explain the toxic fumes and everything that comes with trucks. Unbearable noise, which will come with vibration. My walls shatter every single time truck goes by in Maryville as it is today. And most of all, there'll be 24/7 constant movement, which means we would not have breaks from the noise, toxicity, and the movement. And to make this matter worse, this monstrosity is planned to be built in the middle of NCC, the Greenbelt, and a heavily populated residential area. This area has grown by 100,000 people. And if Ottawa is 1 million population, that means that this project will be affecting 10% of the entire population of our city. Sorry, I'm a little nervous here. And I know there was an expansion done on right behind my backyard in 2015, which was a road expansion. I'm not making any of this up. I have all the paperwork. I also attended every meeting. And as you can tell, we lost that battle. We were back on this expansion, and we were told by 2017, we were going to get a sound barrier that's going to prevent our backyards. Conclusion, 2021, no sound barriers. I'm sure the city wins with the expansion. However, we have no more backyard. We cannot use our backyard. If you want to see a preview, I can step outside and all of you can hear how obnoxious it is as it is today. I also would like to pinpoint the fact that most of residents of this community are on wells. We all rely on our wells for drinking water. City of Ottawa has no plans to bring drinking water anytime in the near future to us. And we all know with all these extra trucks, all these fumes, diesels, and everything else that comes with this will be seeping into the ground. I also would like to pinpoint that there's many streams. There are streams and little creeks that run through most of our backyards. And all these creeks run right to Reeder River.
Thank you, Ina, for your presentation.
Sorry, a couple more seconds and I'm done.
We're right at time, unfortunately. We have a lot of speakers. However, there may be councillors who have a question.
Can I just put up a conclusion and I'm done?
We'll have to stop there because we're at time. Okay. But do any of our committee members have a question? Councillor Egley?
Yes. What was it that you wanted to say to the committee to finish off?
To finish off, I want to state, I went door to door to all of this community, to all the neighboring community. And what I got from every single resident is I haven't found a single person who supports this. Most people had tears in their eyes and they are fearful. They feel like we are bullied, we are confused, we're misled. And we feel like our health, our well-being, our peace does not matter to whoever the developer is here. And that's it. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you
for that.
Councillor Meehan has a question.
Yeah, I'd be happy to
answer. Thank you for your presentation, Ina, and you articulated so many people's concerns so well. Thank you. The question that we're going to get over and over is, what can we do? Because this is a site plan, and usually this is just rubber stamped by committee. Is there anything that we can do as a councillor now to mitigate some of the impacts of this warehouse? And we're talking about, I've been looking at the possibility of planting rows of trees between the warehouse and to provide a buffer to the homes and stuff like that. Quite frankly, I can't figure out what would mitigate the traffic, but I'm just wondering if you've given it some thought. Is there anything that would make it more palatable to you as a resident who backs onto Prince of Wales?
Maybe lowering the speed limit, it could be one, and maybe making it, you know, how some roads have restrictions where, let's say, okay, during a day hour, maybe from 7 a.m. to maybe 6 p.m. Yes, those trucks can use Maryville and Prince of Wales, but not in the middle of the night. Maybe they can have restrictions where that's closed and they have to use the lawn fields or follow field to get to where they need to go. Stuff like that. Maybe start doing a study noise, maybe figuring it out what else can be done to build berms to somehow preserve our communities here. And then I guess we're gonna have to continue with testing our waters and figuring out what's going to happen to our water. And then the city is going to have to figure out how this huge community can be supplied with water, because water is important. And if we lose our wells, then no point to have a home, right, without water. And that's all.
Councillor Meehan, you're muted.
I said, thank you very much for staying to make your presentation, Ina. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. Thanks very much for joining us today. Our next speaker is Nancy Sinclair, followed by Brian Marshall. Nancy, welcome.
Hi, thank you for your time today. I am coming here as a mom, and I'm a bit overwhelmed and impressed by the ability of the other delegates to articulate the problem. And I'm not going to go over the components that I agree with because they've done it so well. But one of the things that has
Nancy, we have lost your audio. You can check your microphone.
been able to hear me?
Oh, you're back now. Perfect.
Okay. I'm not sure where I got cut off, but my main concern focuses around the applicant's statement about the use of their roads, the main roads, the artery roads. And one of the roads they talked a lot about was Leakin. And Leakin is a road that cuts right through my community. It cuts it in half. And it is a road that, as residents here, people jog on, people walk their dogs. It's sort of a main road. And to think of that becoming a trucking corridor, I'm not sure if I'm
We can still hear you.
okay. Sorry. I'm not sure. There was no reassurance from the applicant that there would be any kind of capping or on the number of vehicles that would be traveling on that road. Hundreds of kids cross that road every day to get to school, to Adrian Clarkson, to Farley Mowat, to St. Andrews. There are no streetlights on that road at all. So kids are crossing on their own or with a crossing guard. I'm just not feeling that there's enough safety measures to accommodate large trucks on that road. We all know the traffic issues. I won't go into that again, but I just want to reiterate the concept that the applicant is saying that this location is far removed or it's removed from the neighborhood. It's not. It's in our backyards. It's right there. If you go for a walk in the evening, you are right there. It's not some remote location. And I would ask that, I understand that business models are changing and that there is a need in our community for these warehouses and places for stuff to be shipped, but I just think that this is not the place for that. So yeah, I'm kind of nervous and getting flustered, but I hope I made my point.
Thank you, Nancy. I think you did. It might be worth, just for clarity, we will be going to staff questions later, but Lake and Drive is not a truck route now. Is that correct? Can anyone from staff confirm? Or Councillor Moffat knows truck routes probably better than any committee member. Laken is not a truck route, and there's no. Sean, can you confirm?
That's correct. It's not truck routes. Trucks wouldn't be going south down on Leakin Drive.
And
okay, because it looked like on the map that it was a yellow route.
That would probably be the road classification as a collector roadway, but it's not part of the truck route system. So I can confirm that. So Leakin Drive is not part of the truck route system.
Okay,
and there's
so
nothing. Oh, just a second, Nancy. There's nothing in this application that would trigger a change to the truck routes as they are designated today. Is that correct?
That is correct, and we'll get into the staffing answers after, because I expect that question to come up multiple times.
Okay, we will get into that further. Are there any committee members with questions for Nancy?
I was simply just going to pretty much say what you said, just add on that even though the location of this property is on a non-designated truck route, the only deviation they can take from a trucker is the shortest distance. So if they actually came out of the facility and turned down Lakin, they wouldn't be able to do that. It would be against the law. So that would actually be enforced. The one bright side of it being one applicant is that if that does happen, then it's a lot easier to enforce against the one applicant. But their access is, I think from their proposal, their access is through Paragon, which is just off the north end of that subdivision. So in all likelihood, the majority of the truck access is coming right off of Maryville, directly into the north end of the backside of that facility. So it wouldn't be coming down Lakin at all.
Okay, that wasn't the impression from the discussion that they gave before. So I wanted to clarify that's my unique point that I brought, but I'm still supportive of all of the other delegates talking about Maryville, Prince of Wales traffic, all of that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Any other questions from committee members? Okay, next speaker is Brian Marshall. I'll just read our next three so folks can prepare. Brian Marshall, then Agnes Warda, and then Faith Blaquier. Brian Marshall, are you with us? Hi, Brian.
Hi, yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. I'm a longtime resident of Barrhaven. I've been living in the west end of Barrhaven, a little closer to the Amazon facility near the 416, which I did not object to. I had no idea who the potential client was for this particular site, and I still assume that I don't. But I saw in the local community newspaper that there was some controversy about this site. And my reaction was somewhat based on my experience living here in the west end of Barrhaven, where I have every few minutes transiting over my house, airplanes going to the Ottawa airport. So really over the years, I haven't thought much of that other than just looking up at the sky and thinking, I wonder if this is doing anything to us, living in this neighborhood. So I won't go too much further down that route, but if you don't mind, I'll just take a look at my notes. I'm certainly thrilled that e-commerce is taking off and that there's a facility going to be in Barrhaven. There are jobs, economic opportunities. This has come along very suddenly, so I can appreciate that businesses need sites very quickly. But the problem that I see with this site is it's surrounded on three sides by residences and by schools. If you look at the map, just Google schools, you'll see 3 or 4 within, very close proximity of this site. Okay. And I'd have to say, just as a side comment, that I agree with everything that everybody else has said about zoning. It does seem like this, notwithstanding everything that's been said by planning and the esteemed councillor from Gowlings, this does seem like something that's been slipped in. This feels like a truck depot in the middle of a residential neighborhood. It's kind of like a toxic crop circle. There will be pollution spread across Barrhaven and more concentrated emissions near the depot. And so that's my main concern. If you haven't gathered it already, it's the emissions, okay? And trucks arriving and departing at the depot, accelerating and braking near the depot as they go through traffic and around the neighborhood. And Prince of Wales and Longfields are really not that far from these residential neighborhoods and schools. Trucks idling while waiting for an open bay, etc. We know how large trucks are prone to idling. So there will be a lot of emissions from this site. And of course, we've still got the load of the aircraft flying overhead. They go right over top of this neighborhood, and they're even closer to the ground than they are in my neighborhood, okay? Very close. I don't know that an emission study has ever been done or an air quality study in that area. I saw one on the site from 2009. I included in my slide document some information about PM 2.5, a particular emission from diesel vehicles, and it's small particles, which have a very nasty impact on populations, and seniors and children are particularly vulnerable. Pregnant women is another audience. And, we're going to be adding quite a significant emission load to this group. And just yesterday, you may or may not have heard, the World Health Organization cut the acceptable emission or air quality standard rather in half. And so their opinion is now, as with most experts across the country, almost no major city in Canada will meet that standard. Okay, so there's going to be work to be done. Generally, in this particular neighborhood, I think there is going to be an issue. If my kids, thank you, if my kids were going to school in this neighborhood, I'd be considering moving from a health perspective. Okay, I seriously would be. And I do have grandchildren, close to school age. So mitigation, I would prefer to have seen this facility relocated to a corridor. And there are some, closer to the 416, south of Barrhaven, there's a new warehouse, Kyvan, something like that. But then, if we're not going to make that move, and I think it was a mistake to get this thing this far, I think you need to find a way to prevent excessive idling, train drivers in low emission driving in neighborhoods, install HEPA filters in schools, expand the tree canopy. It will take a lot of trees, from what I understand. I'm just a guy, but it'll take a lot of trees to absorb the particulates that we're talking about. Maybe prohibit diesel vehicles in certain neighborhoods at a certain time down the road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Brian. We have a question from Councillor Meehan.
Brian, thank you for your comments. You say you live near the Amazon warehouse on the west side of
Right.
Barrhaven.
Right.
Can you describe what it's like to live close to that, and a warehouse that is actually close to the 416 and the interchange there? Does it affect? Do you hear it? What do you feel?
I can't say that I can hear it. I certainly have noticed that noise has picked up substantially in the area. When I go outside and sit in my backyard, it's reflected off the houses behind me. But I'm about 6 blocks away, and there's construction noise over in that area as well, from Strandherd and the car dealerships that are being built and so on, which certainly doesn't concern me. We know that progress and development is here. I thought that the choice of the location for the Amazon warehouse was a bit better because it's kind of in an emissions corridor along the 416. But if I lived in Cedar Hill, I may not be so happy about the level of traffic and noise that's probably emanating from there.
But you couldn't envision living along Prince of Wales or Maryville if this warehouse goes in.
Fair point. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Appreciate you coming out today to talk to us. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor, and thank you, Brian, for being with us today. Our next speaker is Agnes Warda. I see Agnes there on the screen. Good afternoon.
Yes, hello, councillors, hello, committee members, and all the invited guests, planners, lawyers, and so on. This is definitely a very complex file, one that I can see raised many emotion among speakers, but it's also pointing out to many shortcomings. Usually, the planning committee assess and approve the application based on Planning Act and servicing, sort of within very narrow parameters. And communities usually bring those other issues like surroundings, infrastructure, and so on. And in fact, the committee never, unless there is some CDP or there is some secondary plan, the committee never looks at the bigger picture. And this is something which I'm worried that will happen in this case as well. We have just recently seen that the Maryville area, where there is a proposal for a grade separation, it either cannot go through or will be extremely expensive based on all those planning application approved. And I remember very well that before they were approved as a community, we have raised those issues and they were again ignored. So I'm afraid it will happen again. I have been listening from time to time to the planning committee debates, and I have found, especially at the last one, when you were all mentioning astonishing disconnect between the application and the lack of city transportation infrastructure. And some of you were posing question, about challenges to the quality of life and functionality of local communities. And few even mentioned that maybe it is a time to start looking at the bigger picture before approving application. Well, I think we still have time to learn from our past mistakes, but we continue approving all this application, knowing very well the transportation master plan, the gap between existing and future needs, it's growing. And we will really never going to catch up, as Councillor Menard mentioned, because we're constantly expanding our boundaries. Now, coming to the project itself, not mentioning its use. Usually, we like, as a community, when the applicant come to us and have a discussion or something. I question number of proposals from this project. The quality of jobs, we have nothing about it. And how are we going to account for the existing gap right now facing our small businesses? Then we have the issue which Ottawa is involved, support Ottawa economy, buy local now. Well, I don't think many people will buying local from the sortation facility. And finally, as a community, we are deeply upset that whoever it's proposing doesn't have enough, I don't know how to say it, but just to name the tenant. Is it such a bad name that we should be afraid of? Why the tenant has not been named until that time? So again, you as the planning committee are faced with the dilemma whether to approve this contentious site plan based on the planning merit. You will see from previous and the next speakers that the report contains many omissions and errors, that certain conditions are inadequate for development of this complexity. For example, Prince of Wales widening has been already pushed past 2031 because of funding pressures. So again, and we are trying as a community to ask that Maryville Road will be removed as a truck road, because
1 minute.
It's basically a parking lot during rush hour. Chair Gower recent comments resound very much in my mind, that he said at one time point the staff will have to start refusing approvals based on uncertainty of transportation infrastructure. In the meantime, I would ask this committee to put this application on hold until all questions and conditions are answered, all the definition agreed upon, and perhaps the issue of appeal resolved, so we have a big picture in our faces. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Agnes. Councillor Eglai has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Agnes. I just want to give a little bit of context to your comments. I'm wondering if you can tell the committee how long you've been the president of the Glens Community Association.
It will be very long time. I would say coming closer to 20, and I'm really dearly trying to find a replacement. But I managed to go through several courses of planning primers and all kind of workshop with the city. I know most of the councillor, even the oldest on the panel. So I would say quite a long time, and I gained lots of experience from that.
And how many, if you had to guess, Agnes, how many planning applications have you been engaged in as the president of the community association?
Well, quite a few. Also, I prefer not to discuss the application merits at the stage of the planning committee, because that it's usually pretty late in the process. I personally prefer if the developer or applicant comes to the community and sit with us and have some sort of discussion. This is why quite a few of us now are having those non-disclosure agreements signed, so we are better equipped to deal with more contentious projects.
And based on your experience in the community, Agnes, how would you gauge the general feeling in the Glens towards this particular site plan project?
People are afraid, angry. I would say whole bag of emotion. This is one of the projects that raise community inside and outside. So it's not only those who are living along Maryville Road or Prince of Wales Road, but I get in input from number of people living in the community. They are fairly upset. And of course, again, blaming the planning community and planners for all the bad what is happening.
And Agnes, if you could situate your community for the committee and maybe tell us where people think the trucks are going to end up driving.
Well, we are dissected by Prince of Wales, Maryville, and Woodruff. So either way, if they go, we will be affected one way or another. I don't perceive that the trucks can actually go on Maryville. Also, we have put a group of people counting trucks, and they already indicated that the number of trucks taking Maryville is increasing. So perhaps during rush hour, there might be abstaining, but during all other times of the day, definitely it will be a lot of more traffic. When we look at Prince of Wales, it's a very difficult road to go because the traffic there goes for miles. And when I used to work in the area when truckers were actually present, and I do travel a lot on Highway 81, which is the truckers highway, and I see how the trucks are turning. I have just 2 days ago look at the truck turning. So imagine that you are on Fallowfield and the truck is turning onto Prince of Wales. It takes good couple of minutes for a truck to position itself. And if you know the Prince of Wales, most of the time it's full of traffic. So if one truck can go, well, I don't expect it will be just one truck waiting, it will be much many more. We are not equipped to, none of those roads in this existing states are equipped to handle that much of the traffic that it's perceived. That would be my best assessment.
So to sum up, you don't think the existing road infrastructure leading into the site is built in such a way that the site getting into and getting out of the site will be able to be handled by the existing.
It will be number of trucks will be forced to wait because they are unable to turn. All those roads are not two-way, they are all single lane streets. And as I mentioned, Prince of Wales, it's going to be now past 2031. So that road is out of the equation. As far as I remember, during our meetings of the bridge, they were already indicated that the traffic on the bridge at the moment when it was constructed, there was mentioned that it will not handle all increases in the traffic and that the second crossing in that area will be required. And as we know, this is Rideau River, it's a heritage river. So it's not like any place when you can put another bridge. So there's a number of those tiny little details we are actually not looking at that particular moment, and that worries me because once we approve that, it might be a wonderful development. I don't know that since we're not allowed to discuss the use, but we don't how this development has to be served by trucking business in and out, so they have to go somewhere, and none of the road in the area, none of the intersection. As much as you wish and say that they would build to the modern standard, I know how the trucks turn. There's no chance in hell if there will be 2 or more trucks on the intersection, it will take forever for them to turn. You can watch trucks, how they turning on Hand Club.
No, thanks for that, Agnes. And I know well that you understand the difference between the site plan and the use. The difficulty, of course, is it's chicken and egg. If that use wasn't there, then we wouldn't be having this discussion about the site plan. So it's kind of hard to separate the two of them. But thank you, Agnes, for your time. And I'll turn it back over to the chair to see if anybody else has any questions for you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not seeing any other questions. So thanks, Agnes, for joining us today.
Thanks,
thank you. Our next 3 speakers are Faith Blaquier, Trevor Bradbury, and Daintree Topshee. I think I saw Faith's name on the screen. Yes. Faith, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here, but I can't get, am I going in?
Well, we can hear you. So if you're ready,
okay.
You can go ahead.
Okay, could I have my slides up, please? Okay. The use of this site is under appeal. I'm surprised to hear them saying now, staff and others saying that this is a warehouse or an office with an accessory warehouse. When the argument was that it was a light industrial use with an associated office. And the secondary plan provides for a warehousing function with an administrative component. So this site plan application is getting caught in our zoning appeal. Can I have the second slide, please? A holding provision should be approved to ensure the application is dependent on the outcome of the zoning appeal. Failure to do this will subvert the appeal and rob the communities of their opportunities for mitigation. Next slide, please. Despite everybody saying that this is not Amazon, this is Amazon. You will see from this chart that their network strategy is to have a sortation center as part of their logistics system. This is replacing, their strategy is remove reliance on the third-party logistics providers such as FedEx and UPS. Their delivery station, which comes down in this other end, is they already have approved their delivery station on the Canpar terminal on 100 Ages, and it definitely is Amazon. The cross-dock sortation facility they're proposing is the exact same format as this, and I have looked at other sortation facilities in Canada and US and found a twin in Bondurant, Iowa, which is almost the exact same size. It's Amazon. Also, you'll notice that Amazon always gives their project names. The Citygate one is Python, the North Gower one is Viper, and this one is Medusa. So they definitely are Amazon. Next slide, please. Staff are recommending approval based on debatable definitions. Staff's interpretation of truck transport terminal is absurd, given that the official plan, section 23143, is titled Transportation Terminals and describes transportation of goods. Transportation terminal is one of the uses that they need to have the zoning bylaw approved for. Regardless of the definition, the site plan zoning matrix requests approval of building coverage, landscape cover, and paved areas for the entire parcel, thereby making decisions for matters which are under appeal. Next slide, please. Other city cross-dock applications have warehouse and truck transport terminal uses, and you'll see there's a number of them here. I reviewed about 60 development applications and have found that there are very many of them, and they're asking for approval for truck transport terminals. This Amazon sortation facility is replacing them. The city needs to treat all developers fairly and not require zoning bylaws for some and not others. Next slide, please. Logistics uses are competing for airport access and roads. Sortation facility places heavy truck congestion in the wrong location, has adverse impact on residential communities, and puts local businesses out of business. Given the over-concentration of logistics facilities in the southeast and the urban boundary expansion, the road network will never catch up. Next slide, please. The sortation facility does not belong in a prestige business park. Given the lack of rapid transit and 24/7 transit and congested roads, the growth plans in the southeast, and the ability to improve roads just in time, it is not wise to approve the sortation. The land across the street, on next slide, the land across the street should not be conveyed as parkland because it'll be used by the truckers and employees, and the transport trucks make it unsafe. I'm asking you to vote no. You don't have to be concerned about the developer appealing, as the site plan appeal would be consolidated with the zoning. If you decide to support this, please at least include a holding provision so that your approval does not subvert the appeal and let the developer get away with a loophole based on the failure of the comprehensive zoning bylaw to provide a definition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Faith. Councillor Leeper has a question.
Thanks. There was a slide, Faith, a couple of slides ago that referenced a cross dock facility. And I'm just wondering if maybe Eric could pull that up, and if I could just ask you to delve into very briefly what a cross dock facility is, because I too am struggling with how this actually meets the zoning.
Okay, a cross-dock facility is one that has truck loading bays on two sides. And sortation facilities have them for the big rigs. So the parcels will come in on one side and get sorted by postal code or by the next delivery station. And then they will be, the loads will go out and on the other side, the trucks. The sortation facility is big rigs, two sides. The delivery stations are big rig one side, delivery vehicles the other side. This is how Amazon works.
And I'm sorry, Faith, it was obviously moving quickly, but which of the two are you asserting this is?
This is a sortation facility.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm just going to ask Eric to see if he can get to that slide. It referenced cross-dock facilities.
Perhaps the speaker could point me in the direction of the slide, Chair. They're numbered.
The cross-dock, about the Amazon? Was it the Amazon slide?
I'm not sure that it was, but maybe you could, which slide was that, please?
That would have been number 3.
No, in that case, there was another reference to it.
I'm not sure.
Okay, no, I don't. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Slide 4.
Oh, the debatable definitions. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this is at the heart of some of my discomfort, in that I'm having a hard time seeing the light industrial or the office use of this facility. Okay, Eric, I'm assuming that this correspondence is in our SharePoint, so I'll take a look for that. Faith, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Faith, for your presentation. Always thorough. I appreciate the analysis in terms of who the actual proponent is. So understanding the makeup of the facility is an Amazon facility is what you're asserting here, based on your own research. I wonder, you made a comment about the loophole in the zoning, and I'm wondering if you can expand on that. I assume that's around the office use, but I'm hoping, given your own knowledge, you can expand on that for committee.
Yeah, no, the loophole in the zoning is the truck transport terminal use, which is under appeal. The staff are saying that a truck transport terminal is only like for trucks to come in and be dispatched and leased and rented and all of that, whereas the normal meaning of it, when it has transport in the middle, and when the official plan is referring to transportation facilities as the movement of goods. Transport means the movement of goods. So this is not a dispatching operation for trucks to go and get customers. This is a truck transport terminal to transfer goods between the fulfillment centers and the delivery stations to replace the UPS and the third-party logistics providers.
I understand what you're saying. Thank you. That's very clear.
Okay.
Any other questions for Faith? Councilor Moffat.
Yeah, thanks. You know, at this committee, we often sometimes hear vernacular around renters, and renters are going to be in our community. You went a different approach. You said in your presentation, the community doesn't want to park because it's going to be used by the truck drivers. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah. Like if you had a park in your community and it was put right across the street from a sortation facility with all this heavy truck transport going around the roundabout, and your kids, you wanted to send your kids to play there. I mean, would you? Would you want to park there? They don't want
Sorry,
to park
but
there.
you specifically said truck drivers. So
The truck
why
driver.
should I be concerned about my kids hanging out with truck drivers? What's the link you're drawing here?
Okay, the truck drivers, if then they have spare time, like sometimes they have to take breaks, whatever, the employees from the
Yeah,
building,
like all humans do sometimes. Yeah.
they don't have amenity space on their site. They come across and use the park.
Okay, and that's a bad thing. Why?
That's a bad thing because like, why would you want all sorts of people who
Are
aren't
truck drivers?
resident? I mean, no, you don't build parks for truck drivers and employees.
Well, you know, you
build
build
them for the
parks for
residents.
humans. You build parks for people. I'm really trying to get to the bottom of what is your issue with truck drivers.
It's not the issue with the truck drivers, it's the big trucks that are there. It's mainly that the trucks are going past and there's too much heavy traffic and it's not a suitable environment for children. This is what the community has basically, the group that I work with has been saying that, you know,
That they're scared of truck
don't
drivers.
want a park,
Maybe
but
kids.
why would you give the community a park?
Yeah, well, good times.
Yeah, use the money, make them do a cash contribution and put in some berming, put in some noise barriers on these roads.
So that the truck drivers don't climb over the berm. Anyways, I'm
No,
done.
it's nothing to
Thanks,
do
Faith.
with it. If
I'm
it's
done.
on the roads, the truck drivers won't be climbing any berms. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Let's move on. Are there any other questions for Faith? Okay, thank you, Faith, for your presentation today.
You're
Next
welcome.
speaker is Trevor Bradbury.
Hello. You
Hi,
hear me all right?
Trevor. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you very much. I can't do half as good as what half of these speakers before me have done, Faith included, as well as Sean and Paul. Excellent speakers on this whole thing. I'm more the emotional guy, you know. I've lived in this neighborhood now for over 20 years. I notice little things that you change on all these meetings that annoy me. When this first came to light for us, we were told there was going to be 1,000, up to 1,000 tractor trailers a day going through our neighborhood. And then the next meeting, it was down to 500. This meeting, somebody suggested 485. Like, that's not 500. I think the lady is right as well. As far as it's an Amazon facility, I'm convinced of that. I don't want them in my neighborhood. They're not good. They're not good for anything to do in this in our community. They need to be over by 416, like everybody else has said before. And to Mr. Moffat's question that he had from Ms. Fleury, the park, to designate a park right at the hub of the roundabout. I mean, how silly is that? Do you think I'm going to take my kids and walk through all this tractor trailer traffic and crap to get up to a park to let my kids play? That's what she's saying. The park, it's a useless designation. It shouldn't even be there because the truckers are not going to use it. They're going to smoke next to their trucks. And I'm definitely not going to bring any of my kids up there to play. You know, you just don't understand. But like I say, all the little things that are evident here, I mean, you're exploiting a 20-year-old description of a business park to get this rush through. That was brought up in one of the first meetings I attended. The description of the park and the business park and the whole thing. Like I say, there's a loophole there, and you're taking part in that as well. After hearing all these people today give you so many good reasons as to why they shouldn't be here, I really can't see why you would vote for it at this point. It needs to be put on a hold. The other thing that I find needs to be done is more consultation on this. It should be put on hold for that as well. That's definitely a big one because it seems like my little neighborhood of Barrhaven here where I live has been the focal point. But we've had people call into the meetings who have been very annoyed from Manotick up around, I think it's Fisher, one of the streets that's supposed to be used to get them downtown and stuff. And they've called in and they just heard about this from a friend or a neighbor, and they managed to get some details, and they called in and they're very upset about it. Manotick is quite upset with all the, from what I'm reading, with all the traffic that's going down there now from the Boundary Road facility. Enough with the Amazon. I don't know what else to say about this. It's ridiculous. You know, there's going to be, I hope that this other appeal gets through. I'd like to be part of it. It ruins, it takes away the enjoyment of my neighborhood and the surrounding facilities. Like another gentleman happened to say, the houses have been here way before the park, and we've been built up now around this park. And so special consideration needs to be given to that park to put different things in there, not this place, different things that can live within our residential neighborhood. They have to learn and to be made to live under our residential neighborhood. And you can't do that with either 485 or 1,000 tractor trailers driving through my neighborhood every day. It can't be done. You need smaller places put in there. You need other JDS Uniphase companies and tech companies. And I mean, there's going to be over 500 parking spaces for employees. Those people are not bound by the truckers' rules of the road. So they're definitely going to be coming down Latham and Leakin. All those streets are jamming up my, it's already hard enough to get out of my neighborhood during rush hour. And now you're going to bring like at least another 500 vehicles into the neighborhood, coming and going. It's way too much. We can't handle it here. I live across from one of the tailing parks. It's right in my
40
backyard.
seconds.
The tailing park is in my backyard. For the last couple of months, I've been listening to the construction noise over there, the beep, 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 and all that stuff. It's just across there. And that's a flat area, that whole business park. And sure enough, all those people over there with their construction traffic, we're going to hear it down here as well. Because I couldn't see my backyard because they were doing some kind of work on the tailings part, the tailing pond. I don't know what, but and they've also been working on a little parking lot or something up there across from the RCMP building. Same thing, no indication, but it looks to me like they've already won this and they're starting their construction.
Okay, thank you, Trevor. We're at time there. Just looking to see if we have any questions from committee members. I'm not seeing any hands up. So thank you, Trevor, for your presentation. Our next three speakers, in fact, our last three speakers are Daintree Topshee, Kevin McDonald, and Jordan Lane Beveridge. Daintree, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello.
I think you all deserve a reward for hanging in for so long through all of this. If you were in my classroom, I'd have you stretch and move, but since you're not, I'll just keep speaking. And I hope that doesn't get deducted from my 5 minutes just because I said a few opening remarks. But anyway, it's always really difficult to talk in a Zoom format. You don't feel at ease. You wonder if people are listening to you. But I am speaking to you about the site plan 499 Leatham Drive and suggesting and actually even recommending that you hold off on this for the moment because we really do not have enough information or enough to go on. And there's such a great backlash from the community. This isn't a commentary. This will not be a commentary filled with stats and facts, but one that is emotional and based on a visceral response to the travesty that I see happening without any due process or consideration for the area. It's an appeal to your emotional intelligence and an ask that you look at the very impact of this warehouse on the surrounding communities and why there is so much of an objection to it. This is a huge project with a huge impact. It is not the light industrial use that was established years ago. And yet, to go back to my pig in a poke analogy at an earlier meeting, there seems to be no rationale for it being here. Its project is certainly no field of dreams. It seemed to be almost dumped in place. And I find it really concerning and discouraging that we still don't know who's supposed to occupy it. I mean, you really are talking about a pig in a poke when so many people in a city don't know who's providing a site plan and why and what really is going to be behind the building. And why too such a large and overpowering one? We already have the Amazon building by 416. It's ugly, but less imposing within the context that it's situated. It's right by 416. This warehouse edges the Greenbelt and the Rideau River. And leaving that quibble aside, you're being asked to support a proposal that has a huge community resistance, adds nothing of value to the area where it is proposed, and will cause significant environmental and other damage, not only to the site, but to the areas impacted by it. The city infrastructure to deal with it is not built or being planned to be built, but somehow it's okay to go ahead without any mitigation. I must ask, are you happy with it as it is? How closely have we all really looked at what is proposed, what mitigations and changes could and should be demanded to offset its carbon footprint, perhaps? The former JDS building, now the RCMP headquarters, looms across the whole Greenbelt, but it's effective in its location, it's bermed, and it has an architectural presence, and there are no trucks. This site plan sets a warehouse that dominates the whole area, even though it's the scenic route into Ottawa beside the World Heritage Site of the Rideau Canal. This is supposed to be our national capital, not a warehouse hub. The project will add heavy traffic in all of the surrounding communities and on the bridges that are already at capacity. And you have to wonder about the working conditions for the people there. Scott was going on about the park and the truck drivers. I think it's really important that this facility in its site plan have places for the workers. And yet when you actually look at the site plan itself, there is no space for the workers. And that's important. Truck drivers are people and they deserve some space around them. And this is not an office. It's disturbing to see the way a project of this size and significant is being pushed and rushed through as if it were an infill. I had a couple more things to say, but I'll end by saying the warehouse is designated for 99 Bill Leatham Drive. Bill Leatham, and I made presentations to him on behalf of communities many eons ago, was a really good chief planner. And I'm sure in a situation like that, he himself would have listened to the community and in a site plan application demanded that there be a time and a place for community input, for councillors' input, and for changes to be made to the site plan. So you had and ended up with something that worked for the community. Haste makes waste. Well, there, wasn't that a quick finish? You lost some of my brilliant paragraphs.
Thank you, Daintree, and you didn't even need extra time on that one.
I could have, but I gave you the benefit of the doubt.
Councillor Eglai has a question for you.
So first a comment. So Daintree, you thanked us for hanging in there, but I want to thank you equally. You're volunteering your time, and it's just after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the meeting started at 9:30. So I want to thank you for that. The other thing I want to ask you is we've heard a lot of delegations from the Barrhaven area, and I just want you to situate where you're speaking from, and in terms of your community.
I reside in the Glens, but I have family in Stonebridge and Manotick, so I spend a lot of time driving Prince of Wales and Maryville. I happened to do that today and noticed just going to Manotick how many trucks I passed. And this is midday. This isn't rush hour. I was noticing how much time I was spending at lights because of the traffic. And I'm more than aware of how how I think most of these trucks are going to go out to Bankfield along Prince of Wales, because that's your shortest distance to 416. And yet we don't seem to be thinking about that in the plan. I think the biggest issue with this, and I remember back when it was JDS, and when the workers left JDS at the end of the day, there was traffic everywhere. And this is going to be constant 24 hours. And that's a lot of traffic on a lot of roads that are not made for that kind of traffic, and particularly for trucks.
Last question, Daintree. You had said that you haste makes waste, and you had more that you could say. This is your opportunity. My question to you, is there something that you wanted to say but you didn't get an opportunity to say?
I think it's that this is a site plan, right? And site plans need feedback, and site plans should be looked at as a site plan. This is not an attractive building. There are no berms. It's immense. There are going to be truck bays. The whole light industrial office piece is non-existent from what I can see. And in fairness, there's nothing there for the workers. And it's a couple of big car parks, truck depots, and a ugly looking building in the middle. Why not a roof garden? Why is the city not saying roof garden, roof, do something for your carbon footprint?
Okay. No, thank you for that. I have no further questions. I'll turn it back to the chair.
And thank you all for your time, despite everything.
Thank you, Daintree, and thanks for the reminder to stretch. I took the opportunity while I listened to your presentation a few moments ago. Thanks for joining us today.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Kevin McDonald. Kevin, are you with us? Yes.
Hey folks, how are you? Thanks very much for having me on. I don't really have much of an organized speech. I'm obviously against this myself. My selfish, motive is my backyard backs onto Maryville Road. If I'd had a glass of water here right now and we waited for a transport to drive by, you would see it shake. We have a major problem with that here in Country Place, and suffice it to say, adding to that problem only aggravates and compounds problems on the foundation of my property as well as my neighbors. That said, that's not the only problem with that I have with this facility. I mean, it's tempting as councilors to praise all the jobs that are coming in, but really the nuances and the details, the devil's always in the details in terms of how we bring that to the community, and single lane roads just can't support the employees, in my opinion, let alone the transports. And I want to, bring your attention towards one facet that really hasn't really been brought up, and that's bicycles. Maryville Road isn't that wide. And we've got a large emphasis and focus on bicycles and physical activity within downtown and other areas. The Nepean Trail is a big facet of the Nepean community. And it wasn't that long ago that I was witness to a transport truck killing a bicyclist at the corner of Hunt Club and Maryville as the transport truck drove down Maryville Road. That was haunting. I remember that the feeling of witnessing that to this day. I think there's still a bicycle actually chained to the light post there. It may have been taken down, but very, very, very poignant in terms of what we're actually sitting back and considering doing within the city of Ottawa right now and throughout Maryville Road. When we look at what we're doing, yeah, you've got the argument they're going to be using Fallowfield Road, and you got the argument that they're going to be using Prince of Wales to a degree. But the fact of the matter is, truckers are a community like anybody else. When they feel there's going to be a problem on Prince of Wales or Fallowfield or Woodruff, they're going to take Maryville. They got to get their job done. They're on schedule, so they got to keep going. And they're not out to kill bicyclists or people walking and just, you know, being human on a Saturday. But they do have accidents. And how are we going to handle that? How are we going to reflect on that when after this is already done? No, we have an opportunity right now to backtrack on all sorts of decisions that have been made on this file. And I think that's an important part of this. We you know, the community likes to bike. We're real close to the Rideau River. We're real close to bike paths for the NCC, and they're going to want to use that their spare time to get down there and see it. And to have to compete with transport trucks, it's just not fair, especially with the focus that we've had on bike paths. And when you compound that with the environmental impact, and our emphasis on having better air to breathe, to me, I think we're sending the wrong signal. And you know, it's not just this community, as the chair, Mr. Moffat, can speak to. He's had his share of grief from Manotick. Well, guess what? There's all sorts of other communities between here and the 416 on Prince of Wales Drive. They're not going to be that happy with all this traffic that's going to be coming in either. You know, I guess that's really all I had to say about that. I just don't think that, I think this has been rushed through, possibly because the new official plan may not have allowed for it. I don't know. But I just think that this is a perfect opportunity for everybody on this panel to take a second look at this and really reflect on that poor bicyclist that was killed. You know, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much, Kevin. Councillor Eglai has a question.
Yeah, just one quick question, Kevin, and thank you for coming out and having making your say, so to speak. But if I had to summarize, similar to a question I asked a previous delegate, in your estimation, and I know you've lived both in Country Place and the Glens, so you're familiar with the area. Is it your estimation that the existing road network is not up to snuff? It won't handle the going in and going out that's necessary for this facility.
Not even close. And quite frankly, you know, I'd like to hear an engineer speak to the actual quality of the asphalt used on these roads and whether that's designed to accommodate all of the heavy weights that are going to be moving back and forth.
But over and above the weights, you seem to be suggesting that there will be a flow issue, if you will.
Oh, it's crazy. It'd be crazy. And, you know, people really haven't had the opportunity to absorb it all or to really see what's coming down the pipe or what's coming at them. It seems to me that we're all just so busy in life that we're not taking enough time to really look at the mistakes that we're about to make with the proper lens. And this is what happens, when that takes place. I mean, there's a couple folks on this panel, if memory serves, that regretted their vote when this went before the planning committee originally, and I hope they take this opportunity to best reflect on that.
Thank you, Kevin. I think Councillor Meehan has a question.
Yeah, Councillor Meehan, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Kevin, you've lived in the area for a long time. A lot of people have. And we've known that the South Maryville Business Park is located there, and we knew eventually something is going to come. Did you ever envision it would be a mammoth project like this?
No. And quite frankly, I mean, you know, this is one of those little details that you don't think about, right? I mean, when Barrhaven was brought there, did they envision all of these e-commerce monstrosities coming in? You know, I get the one on the 416. Somebody mentioned it earlier. The one for the 416 meets Fallowfield there. I get that. That makes sense. That's right by the highway. It's an ideal spot to put it, regardless of whether it's a handsome building or anything along that lines. You know, you folks had a responsibility to rubber stamp that. I get that, but there are logistical reasons why that works. There's no logistical reasons why this works here. There's none. I just, for the life of me, think that we're about to make a gigantic mistake.
Can you describe what just remind people what the traffic was like in 2018, 2019, pre-pandemic on Prince of Wales and Maryville Road?
Well, I mean, it's always challenging. It's, you know, we have a speed limit here of 40 kilometers an hour, and I don't understand how anybody thinks we're going to have, you know, we're having issues with police as it is. I mean, are they going to be parked there all day? You know, ticketing transports. Is NTO going to be coming in here, pulling transports over for safety inspections? I mean, these are nuances that we haven't really had an appropriate amount of time to factor into this, you know. And a 40 kilometer an hour speed zone on a single lane road, it doesn't take a genius to figure out what rush hour is going to look like when you're trying to get home to your family.
Well, I've described it as gridlock, where many people have turned around because they're not going anywhere for an awful long time.
Huh.
It's my description, but it's everyone's description, right?
That's right. That's a perfectly fair way to put it. And I mean, I've seen Prince of Wales, even with all the improvements. I've seen Prince of Wales as early as last week look like gridlock. And we don't have the transport problem right now. So what are we talking about when that happens later, right?
Yeah. I thank you for making the presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Meehan, and thank you, Kevin, for your presentation today. Our last speaker is Jordan Lane Beveridge. Jordan, you're our last speaker. Thanks for your patience. It's been a long day for everyone, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also got up and stretched a little earlier. I think it was a good idea. There's been, I'm actually quite humbled and impressed and very proud of my fellow delegates with all of the preparation and passion that they have put into their presentations today, whether it came with an actual deck presentation or not. Councillors, I really urge you to listen to your taxpayers and your voters. On this issue, we're speaking very clearly. You could dismiss it as NIMBYism, not in my backyard issue, but that's really not what's going on. We do not understand, nor do I think that city staff understands, with respect to city staff, the levels of pollution, noise, dust, etc., the impacts on existing infrastructure, as the previous speaker just pointed out, even the impacts on housing that is in close proximity to these roads that are going to have increased traffic. We don't quite understand. And by that I mean it hasn't been studied very well. A previous speaker, Magnus Ward, as a matter of fact, suggested that the owners of the building come and meet with the residents. That's stakeholder engagement, and I really haven't seen a whole heck of a lot of that going on. Before I continue, I'd like to identify, I am the president of the Country Place Community Association. We are adjacent to and work very closely with the Glens Association. And special thanks to Agnes and Faith Blackhair for all of the work that they have put in and all the research that they have done. Councillors, I'd specifically like to focus on the stretch of Maryville Road between Amberwood Crescent and the train tracks or at McFarland Road. My real concern is with St. Monica's School and safe access to St. Monica's School. There is no crossing there. There is no set of lights. There's no safe way for kids to get across, and the increased truck traffic and whatnot are going to make that even more dangerous. It would be remiss not to study that hard, and that should be a mitigation measure if, in fact, this program or this depot goes through, and it shouldn't. The demographics of this area, as well as the Glens, are changing, and schools like St. Monica's are a jewel, and they're actually a great reason to walk to school and bring back walking, and therefore less cars and better for the environment and into the landscape, into the equation. An increase in traffic would make that virtually impossible. And some folks do not have access to cars. And we have all seen of late, we've all read of late that bus drivers are, I mean, you have a better chance of winning a lottery at times than you do of getting a bus for your area. And so how else are we going to get kids safely to school? It's really not been well thought out. It's been rushed with respect. I know that there are economics to consider, But as a previous, I believe it was Mr. McBride had noted, we don't really understand what the net job gains are. Now you create this depot, but you put other businesses out of business. Where's the net gain? How much money, how much grief, pollution, and a decrease in quality of life for the folks who live immediately adjacent to the truck depot is this going to cause? Never mind the folks who live up Maribel Road. Councillors, I really urge you to reconsider voting in favor of this truck depot. And I'd like to put a question to you, if I may. If the province of Ontario were to decide that they wanted to expand, let's say, the Queensway, as it is a 400 series highway, and it impacted City of Ottawa property, you councillors, you would expect to be consulted with, you would expect mitigation suggestions to be listened to. Or if it was not tenable as a project, you would expect the province of Ontario to think long and hard about implementing it. And I urge you to think about things from that perspective when it comes to this project and how it's going to impact the residents of this area. I thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Jordan. There's a question from Councillor Eglay.
Sure.
Jordan, thank you for being last, but certainly not least, in sticking it out till almost 4:30 to speak to us today and share what your community feels. You make a valid point about St. Monica's. It's something I've been trying to fix for some years with our traffic staff, and the nature of that road, the speed, the width, the crossing, make things like PXOs and that sort of solution just not workable. And so I'm wondering if you can give a sense to the committee, Jordan, how many kids from your neighborhood, from a country place, would be going to St. Monica's on a daily basis?
Oh, geez. I'd say a few dozen, Keith. Now, with honesty there, ladies and gentlemen, I don't have the data in front of me.
No, I understand. I'm not asking. I'm not going to hold you down to an exact number.
Give me a second. Give me a second while I
about
Google
one or
that.
two kids. We're talking about.
We're talking about a lot of kids, and the appeal of this neighborhood and the proximity of that school. And as I mentioned, what is factual is that the changing demographics of this neighborhood, it's getting younger. Younger families are moving in. The appeal of the school being so close and being walking distance is definitely a factor. It's been a positive impact in the Glens as well on both sides of Maribel Road. We at the very least should ensure and mitigate the truck traffic, and we should ensure safe crossing and safe access. And it's not just for the students, ladies and gentlemen. A previous speaker talked about cyclists and needing to make sure that cyclists, even walkers, are going to be safe when going up and down Maribel Road.
Oh, and thank you for that. And I'll have some questions for staff and possibly the developer after, because we've heard two versions of whether the trucks are going to go by St. Monica's or not going to go by St. Monica's. But I think it's important. And one of the things I've been talking to staff about, Jordan, is giving some sort of a direction that they can monitor the truck traffic. Unfortunately, if this passes, and see what the impact is on the community. I wish there was something more I could do in advance, but we need to get a sense of the danger around St. Monica's and what can be done to assist there. Anyway, I'll leave it at that, and I will follow up with some of your concerns, as I say, with staff around that stretch of road. So stay tuned.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Councillor Eglay. Councillor Meehan has a question.
Actually, a question to you, Chair. Do we get to ask staff questions now, or do we get final wrap up?
Well, we're finishing up with our delegations. We actually do have one more speaker, one more public delegation. Yep. Okay. Any other questions for Jordan? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thank you very much, Jordan. We have one speaker who we missed earlier because of I guess a technical issue. Bruce Ricketts is with us here again. So we will finish our public delegations with Bruce Ricketts.
If Bruce, oh.
Ruth, there's Bruce. Hello, welcome.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I really wasn't expecting to be a panelist today. I just got back from the dentist. So half my face is frozen. But I would like to make a couple of points. I have sent a document off to I believe that Mr. Is it Pilot? Wherein I talk about two things. The most important one being the problem that we have along Prince of Wales. The transportation study that was provided, or the transportation study provided, talked about interchanges or around the target area, but didn't talk about the problem of transport up and down the Prince of Wales area. When the 416 went in, the idea on Prince of Wales was it was supposed to alleviate the traffic on Prince of Wales. It never happened. It increased. We have trucks that leaves the 416 down to Bankfield, heading up towards Hunt Club Road, where they could just as easily get off the 416 at Hunt Club Road and go across. The problem we ran into, and I was telling Councillor Meehan about this a while ago, is we had an incredible problem with vibration from the existing road on Prince of Wales. It was caused by two things. First of all, it was caused by a failed pipe underneath the road, a drainage pipe. And the second problem was, of course, the fact that the roadway itself was in very, very bad shape. We had the road fixed quite a while ago. So I guess it's about 2 years ago now. They resurfaced it and everything else. But we still feel a small amount of vibration, certainly not what we used to feel. But the problem is that with the increased number of trucks that are going to be traveling along that road will deteriorate again. And when that deteriorates again, we're going to start having the vibration. The vibration is not only bad for the houses and bad for the residents, but it's bad for the environment in that area. Because as you know, this whole area of Barrhaven is built on Leda clay. It's part of the ancient Champlain Sea. So it's all Leda clay. Leda clay, when it gets wet and due to vibration, it goes under what they call liquefaction. And liquefaction can cause the soil to slip, the clay to slip. There's an example of that at the house on the corner of our street, where during the building of it, the vibration from the construction crews or construction equipment actually caused the bank there, the hill, to actually collapse. And they had to put a retaining wall in order to be able to finish building the house. That type of problem with the soil is not uncommon. It is well known that Leda clay is a danger. It's also prevalent in this area. And we live on a hill overlooking Prince of Wales, which is solid Leda clay. So if we get vibration and more rainstorms like we're having just today, we're going to run into a series of problems. That's one of the main objections. I've had to find the document for the second one, but I'm going to leave that alone because I put it there in writing. But anyway, that's my presentation off the top of my head. So if I have any questions.
Thanks very much, Bruce. Any questions from the committee for Bruce? I don't know which I'd rather do more, go to the dentist or sit through 8 hours of planning committee Zoom meetings. I don't know which is painful.
I think they're the same. If
Do
I
you have
could,
questions, Councillor Meehan, do you have questions for Bruce or for?
yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Bruce, can you describe what you back onto Prince of Wales? Can you describe what it's like to see those transports turn up Prince of Wales right now? I've witnessed it. I've watched them do it every day. What, as someone who lives there, just describe what that's like.
Well, we live along Prince of Wales, so I don't actually see them turn on here. But I have, I have a trailer that I pull behind my Tahoe. And when I get down into places like the turning circles, especially that new one down around, what is it, Bankfield or
Barnesdale.
Barnesdale. That is so, I mean, that is designed for cars. That is certainly not designed to allow my trailer to go through. Consequently, you have to take it extremely slow. You have to be very cautious so that none of the wheels actually touch the curbs in that area, and then it turns and twists and everything else all around the thing. I would hate to see what was going to happen with a 53-foot trailer fully loaded trying to go around that.
Well, I can tell you on Prince of Wales, when they do try to make the turn up Maryville Road, interesting intersection, the tractor trailer stops the traffic going south as well. So everything comes to a stop while that tractor trailer attempts to make that turn.
And that would be
one going the other way, but it is a long, very complicated process at this time. So it's going to stop traffic both ways.
And that would be the same on Maryville when you turn right onto Maryville Road, or for that matter, left onto Maryville, not Maryville Road, on the fallow field. The sharp turns there and they're single lane turning, and they're going to be tough. I wouldn't want to be a truck driver trying to go up that. And now I understand there's a plan to put another turning circle in the area of the Manotick turnoff on Prince of Wales.
Yes.
You know, that in itself is a problem. Number one, I like to see the way they're going to design that one. But number two, you've got one of the entrances and one of the legs into that turning circle is going to be coming down a hill from the Stonebridge side. And, you know, the cars have enough trouble coming to a red light. I'd hate to see them having to go into a turning circle on that area, but that's going to exacerbate the problems.
Well, you know, with this committee, we're talking about the site plan here today. Site plans are usually just rubber stamped. We get to that point. Any last words to the committee members who are facing a pretty tough decision here today?
Well, one of the things I will point out to you, though, is that I've seen a set of documents that show what the future of that area is going to be. Right now, we're talking about 400 to 500 trucks a day, but that's for the sorting plant. There's going to be a distribution plant right next door to it. That's one of the reasons why they have lot A, B, and C. When the B one goes in as a distribution plant, there's going to be increased traffic with that. In addition to that, my understanding is that there's going to be a multi-story office building built in the area of lot C, which would, now somebody told me it was going to be 400,000 square feet, but I had trouble believing that one. But even so, that's going to require additional cars, deliveries into that location, and that only takes up 50% of that area. Okay, I don't know what the construction on Bill Lantham was the other day, in that they flattened out one section, and it's now graded with stone. I can only think that's going to be some sort of truck park.
No, apparently I'm told this is a Kubota parking lot. It'll be a parking lot for Kubota.
Okay, well, now we see additional vehicles. What's going to happen with the rest of it? You know, when that distribution center goes in and when that sorting center goes in, there's not a whole lot of people who are going to want to put up prestige office buildings in that area. So
thank you very much, Bruce. I appreciate your time. Okay.
Councillor Moffat, did you have a question?
Yeah, just a comment actually. Mr. Ricketts, if you want to flip me an email, or maybe I can find your email from Eric, because he probably contacted us. I can share with you the plans. We actually have approved plans already for the Longfields and Prince of Wales for a roundabout there. The city actually just acquired a piece of land on the south side of that. There's a triangular piece of land that we acquired to realign that road into that as it comes down the hill. It'll actually take a much wider turn, so it all fits. And then I also have an approved plan that we did for Bankfield and Prince of Wales, which is another roundabout down there, because that intersection fails within the next 10 years, because all that traffic that was on the 416 gets off of Bankfield, heads up Prince of Wales, because you might recall 416 was originally supposed to go that way, but it got redirected out to the other side of Barrhaven up by Bell's Corners.
Right.
But I have both those plans for how those roundabouts fit in those areas, and I'm happy to share them with you.
Share them with me too, Scott.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
That's fine.
Read the drawings, okay.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you, Councillor.
We are finished our public delegations. Oh, Councillor Leeper, is this for?
And this is going to be something I have a question for staff as well about, is that in order for us to approve the site plan, we have to be convinced that it meets the zoning. And I'm having a really, really difficult time this morning trying to figure out how this meets the IL9 zoning. And I just want to go to the staff report. And, you know, this is a light industrial zone. Light industrial is defined, one of the definitions of light industrial is that there's a factory or assembly line process that involved the manufacture, processing, assembly, or packaging of finished parts or finished products made from previously prepared materials. It's the only definition of the three definitions of light industrial that we can rely upon to conclude that this meets with the zoning. We've been told that in this instance, which is a logistics center, we want to be clear about that. The light industrial component is proposed to contain a type of assembly line that includes processing and handling of previously prepared products, packages, materials, merchandise, and packages serving external customers. I think what this committee is being asked to approve or asked to accept is that this is a light industrial use because some material comes in one side of the building, some packaging is removed from it, it gets sorted, and then it goes into another truck. I cannot accept that this meets the zoning if that is how we're defining a light industrial use. Help me understand, how is this a light industrial use?
Scott, I think Glenn away. Oh, Glenn is back.
Yes, do we have someone from the applicant who can answer that? Greg or Roberto or colleagues?
Well, I can answer that, Councillor, but I think it was more from the city staff. We've spent hours very early in this process discussing about the use with them. I was asked to preside a memo on a planning brief that was my professional opinion on what the use was. I believe that information was posted on the city's website. The City of Ottawa staff have looked at that in detail and have come to the same conclusion that it's a light industrial use.
So what is your assertion as to how this is a light industrial use?
Well, the position that I put forward through the chair to the councillor is the position that we put forward is that the use includes packaging, processing of pre-prepared materials. So the definition fits the definition for a light industrial use.
It's tenuous. The packaging and processing in a sortation facility is not the same as being a small. I'm trying to think of a similar use, but it's not like you're putting various parts together to make something new and then shipping that out. You're not assembling something. You've got a package that's coming in one door and then going out the other in essentially unchanged form, except it may have a new shipping label on it. It's not necessarily fair to ask you this, but I mean, obviously you would have weighed in as to whether or not this is an appropriate use that meets the zoning. I'll have more questions for staff on it. I don't think I can approve a site plan for a zoning that is not met. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Eglai.
Thank you. And before I ask my questions, Chair, I just want to be clear where we're going on this. So these are questions to the applicant at this point. We will then have an opportunity to ask questions of staff, and then we'll have an opportunity to wrap up.
That's correct.
Okay, just cognizant of the time. So let me preface these questions. It's probably no surprise, but I don't support this application. I'm not voting today. I can't vote today. I'm not on committee, but on behalf of my community, I clearly do not support this application. But assuming that it does pass, if that in fact is what happens, I want to ask the applicant a couple of questions. We've heard from several delegations a concern about pollution and noise and a lack of green space. So I'd like to hear what plans over and above what's already in the site plan proposal that the applicant will be prepared to do. How many more trees would you be prepared to plant? Where would you plant them? Would you put in a berm? Those sorts of things. And would you commit to doing that on the record today if in fact this application gets approved?
So through the chair, just to answer the questions about additional landscaping, we spent a significant amount of time with city staff. We presented a landscape plan with the initial submission. We went out with the city forester and the city planner on the file at the time, Cameron Hodgins, and we walked the lines, the perimeter of the site, came to the conclusion that we were going to do some additional planting along the northern boundary because that was a specific issue that the NCC had asked for, some planting, even though, they've got farm fields to the north and it's, the nearest road is Fallowfield, which is through 3 hedgerows to the north. But regardless, we've committed to putting some additional planting along that edge. We've added some additional planting around the perimeter of the site in its entirety. The question about the park across the street, it is a requirement under the site plan control bylaw and the parkland dedication bylaw to have lands either dedicated as a park or as in cash in lieu. Typically, these types of developments are done as a cash in lieu situation. But in this instance, because of the acquisition of some of the lands, there's an opportunity to present this park across the street. And in fact, when we had a pre-consult meeting with the city staff on this, it was intended, their thinking at the time anyways, and I can't speak for them because they're here today and they can tell me if they've changed their ideas or not, but that it was intended to be as a dog park on the site. And so that's the option that we were exploring with them. And the conditions that we've agreed to is actually to do more than just dedicate the lands as a park, which is all we're required to do under the site plan bylaw and under the Planning Act. We've actually agreed also to put in some fencing, to grade the park, and to provide services to the park and a new sidewalk to that park as well. We're not going to construct the dog park or whatever park it ends up being, but we've agreed to conditions over and above the minimum on the Planning Act.
Oh, and I hear you on all that. And you talked about city staff and you made those changes. You've now heard 15 delegations from the community in which you're going to plunk your business down. And they, a number of them have said, we have concerns about the pollution. We have concerns about, we want trees there to, in effect, shield against that, to buffer the community from that. So you're hearing a new ask today to be more green on that site. Not what you've done already, though that's appreciated, but more. So I'm asking you today, would you do more? Would you plant more trees? Would you make it a greener site, as the community is asking you to do today, if this gets approved?
So through the chair to the councillor, if this matter gets approved today and sent back to staff for delegation, we can look at some additional planting around the site. As I said, we've already done that. We've satisfied city staff, but maybe there's a few spots that we can put some extra planting in. But there's only so much you can do because we're only talking about the west half of the site. So we can't reforest the site. It is intended to be a business park and an employment area. And so as a result, you're going to have buildings, you're going to have parking lots, whether it's an office or a light industrial or whatever the use is going to be. There's only so much we can do on the site.
So the commitment I have is to look at it.
That's correct, through the chair.
Well, that's the best we can get. We'll take that for now. The other piece that I want to ask about, because I've been to a number of public meetings about this piece of land, because there's 2 parallel processes happening here, and I don't want to muddy the waters, but between the site plan and the zoning application. But we have heard very different views, depending on which meeting was at, as to what sort of truck traffic is going to be going up and down Maryville Road. And you heard in particular from my community of Country Place that they're very concerned about additional truck traffic going in front of St. Monica's School, which is 2000 Maryville Road. So I'd like to hear from you today, whether you think there are going to be trucks taking that route. And if so, what sorts of numbers do you think are going to be taking that route to get in and out of your site?
So, getting into the transportation aspects through the chair, I would tend to defer this question to Jennifer Luong, my colleague, because she's the expert who wrote the transportation.
That's fine with me. That's fine.
So that's it. However, just on the record, we are intending to respect all the truck routes in the city of Ottawa, and the traffic study didn't dedicate a lot of traffic going up on Maryville Road. What I think a lot of the debate around the truck transport, that's the trucks that you're seeing on Maryville Road is because you have a business park that's immediately around St. Monica's in the area to the north that's 283 hectares in size, including tank farms, central precast. I don't know how many.
I'm asking about the estimates for your new facility.
I'll have to
understand what's already there.
Yeah, understood, Councillor. I'll turn that over to my colleague then, Jennifer.
Exactly. So that is noted in the traffic study. The trucks are broken out separately for the peak hour. And it's noted as in the order of 15 to 20 trucks per hour during that peak hour. What
do you define as the peak hour?
The peak hour is the worst case scenario between the road peak and the site peak.
Okay, but that's not helpful to a parent, all due respect, sending their child to
Sure.
or from school on their bikes or on foot. They need to know, is that 7:30 in the morning? Is that 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yeah, so the peak hour in the morning is 7 to 8 or thereabouts. I mean, every different intersection is going to show a slightly different number based on the count, but in general, in this area, it's around 7 to 8 and around 4 to 5 in the afternoon.
So you're in the morning, at least, you're likely your peak hour is going to coincide with when kids are trying to get to school.
Yes, it will. And to answer the question about where the trucks are going, the traffic study also described the distribution that we expect based on our knowledge of truck routes and this particular application. And it was presented as well at any public meetings that I've been made aware of, is that we're estimating that it's 50-50 to and from the east and the west. So the west along, up Woodruff, along Fallowfield, that direction. And the east, so out to Maryville, down to Prince of Wales, that direction. So no, at the traffic study anyway, we didn't allocate any truck traffic going up Maryville.
So today, I just want clarity because I know community members are still listening in. You're saying that your facility at this particular site is not going to increase truck traffic on Maryville Road?
Not to the north, no, only to the south to get to Prince of Wales.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I do have a direction that staff has approved that I understand I cannot introduce, but Councillor Cloutier has agreed to introduce it on my behalf, to monitor truck traffic for a period of time if and when this facility is approved and opens up. When would you like us to introduce that, or Councillor Cloutier to introduce that?
You could read it, and then from a formal point of view, it would just Councillor Cloutier, whose name would be on record as a committee member.
All right, let me pull it up then. Oh, there it is. And that's why we need clerk staff, because they do this kind of stuff for us. So direction to staff to undertake 8-hour traffic counts at the following 3 intersections: Fallowfield and Maryville, Amberwood and Maryville and Slack, for 3 consecutive years, beginning the year following the opening of the development at 2 Bill Leatham Road. And that if truck volumes increase greater than the average increase of total traffic volumes at these intersections year over year, a more detailed traffic study, including an origin destination truck study, be completed to determine if the increased truck traffic is arriving or leaving from the new site. And in reading that in, my hope is that staff does not have to take this direction, that this site in fact never opens. But I'll turn it over to Councillor Cloutier to formally introduce it.
Thank you, Councillor Eglai, and thank you, Chair. Councillor Eglai has introduced the motion, as read the motion, and I am formally, with the Chair's permission, asking that staff would accept this direction.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do.
Ms. Snedden, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Is it possible to add a couple of intersections to that direction?
I don't have a problem with that. You'd have to ask staff about that, but from my perspective, I have no issue with that.
Mr. Chair, I'm not too sure if Mr. Tate is on the line to speak to that. I know the direction was in discussion with Mr. Landry, and he's unable to be here today. So I feel a little awkward accepting on behalf of another department, but maybe Councillor, Councillor Meehan, if you could identify those intersections, we could take that back.
I certainly will. Thank you, Leah. Okay.
Councillor Eglai, any other questions for the applicant?
No, I'll have a couple of questions for staff, but no more for the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meehan?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, to the applicant. We heard one of the delegations here today suggest that this is an Amazon warehouse. Are we any closer for you to confirm, is that in fact the case, or is it another company?
So I can answer today that it has not been decided. There's been no notification about who an ultimate tenant is ever going to be on the site. So this is an application that's been filed by Medusa Inc. And as we know, it's actually Broccolini. So Medusa Inc. is the name of as a holding entity, just as it would be any other numbered company or anything else on the site that would own a parcel of land. So they're proceeding with the application. So they're going to build a building on behalf of a tenant at the end of the day. We don't know who that tenant is going to be at this point in time.
So I don't understand. How can we say how many trucks are going to be going in and out of there? How can you agree on some mitigation with planting trees if we don't really know who the applicant is and what kind of products they're going to be bringing in and distributing? I'm unclear on that.
So through the chair, just to answer the second question first, just because it pops in my head. So for planting trees, the commitment would be coming from Broccolini and from Medusa Inc. So they're the ones that would actually, they filed the application for the site plan, and they would be responsible for agreeing to any conditions, including any additional tree planting on the site. As far as, and I apologize if I have to remember the question now, I should probably start with the first one first, but sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. How can we know that what they're going to be doing is light industrial? Like
Well, that's part of the discussions when you design sites through the chair to the councillor, is you come up with, existing other operations out there as examples. Jennifer can speak to this as well if she can weigh in, is that there's the ITE trip manuals for transportation traffic. There's a whole bunch of experience that we can bring to the table to tell how a distribution sortation center would operate and how you'd calculate the traffic for it, how you calculate the stormwater management flow from the site, how you calculate the sanitary flow, the water needs. We've got a lot of experience at Novatech designing buildings, and so we can draw upon that to help our clients design and build buildings.
Okay. Does your client know about the opposition from the community and the real concerns about the traffic impact and safety and pollution that people have so, have articulated so well here today?
So through the chair, it's been made very, very clear. We're well aware of it. And in fact, Mr. Beach, who is representing Broccolini and Medusa Inc., participated in the last open house meeting and actually provided answers to some of the questions that were being raised. So it's well aware that everybody has concerns about this development application.
Should we, as a city, be concerned that this is really the tip of the iceberg? We see, I apologize, my phone is ringing here. We're seeing more applications like this, and we only have to look south of the border to see the impact of this proliferation of warehouses like your client is going to be putting in. A lot of American cities now are trying to figure out ways to reduce the pollution, that they're seeing the real impacts of this right now. You could be a leading example of how to mitigate this, to put best practices in. You could actually say, maybe this doesn't make sense to put it into a residential neighborhood with schools and gridlocked roads right now. Has any consideration of that been given?
So through the chair, we're not putting a use like this or a distribution center into an area where it's a residential neighborhood. So it is a designated business park, and the secondary plan, the official plan do permit it. And so I think this, just to finish just my response, I think it speaks volumes to the city's leadership actually on these matters, is because they're being very proactive. If you look back just recently to the new official plan that's going to be appearing in front of committee and council in very short order on it, your city staff did a very, very good job of coming up with an employment study that was part of that package that went to council in February. There was an industrial logistics land use study and an employment study that went forward that looked at a lot of these issues. So it's not like we're coming at this from a perspective of, wow, we've never seen this before. City staff are well aware of this, and they're adapting to that change. And this is one of those business parks that's recognized that this is going to happen in and should happen in, and nobody has changed that decision. And as you as a councillor and the rest of the councillors on here going forward, I think you've already got the material in front of you that's already been done in 2016. And then again, as I said earlier this year, in studies to say, this is part of the future and we need to embrace it because they're good jobs, they're needed jobs. They bring all the packages is probably keeping a lot of us supported over the pandemic over the last 2 years by being able to have packages arrive at our doorsteps rather than having to drive to a store that's closed. So I think it's all there. And I think you're going to find Broccolini is a world-class leader in doing environmental aspects to their designs. So they've committed already to making for the potential for solar systems on the buildings. They are committed to looking at additional planting on the sites, green spaces are on their sites. We can't obviously affect trucks coming into and from sites. I mean, trucks, the technology is just not there yet. We're all hoping that companies like Tesla and others, or GM or Volvo or something, are going to come out with technologies that's going to improve the battery technology to be able to allow us to use green type trucks. We're just not there yet.
Would the applicant be willing perhaps to front end some improvements to many of the intersections where these trucks will be turning? So to reduce the amount of time that the trucks have to idle, because it is a fact these trucks are going to have to idle. They're going to be turning onto 2-lane roads in many of the intersections. So any discussion about perhaps helping us front end some of these intersection improvements?
So through the chair, so the developer and my rest of my clients are sympathetic when we run into these situations that the infrastructure might not be yet in place, or there might be an intersection down the road that's subpar or doesn't have the standards to support the traffic that's happening in the areas. It's just, unfortunately, the process that we operate under the Planning Act doesn't allow the municipalities to impose a condition upon one individual builder or developer to go fix a problem which is actually a city problem. It's a citywide problem. So the way the fix to that under the Planning Act and under the Development Charges Act is that we design buildings, we get approvals for buildings like this, and when we file the building permits, the city collects a huge amount of development charges off of the construction of these buildings, which then goes into the funds. You as a councillor and the rest of council decide on where the money is allocated through the transportation master plan and the other master plan studies going forward, and you decide as to where it is. The rest of it goes to the operations budgets to fix the immediate problems. So it's something that can't be imposed under the Planning Act on an individual developer to fix off-site problems.
Well, this is going to be a problem for your trucks. That's the problem. So I understand how the process works, but this is a unique situation with a trucking depot in the middle of a residential neighborhood surrounded by 2-lane trucks routes. So would you perhaps, if we were to vote today to defer this until after the official plan is adopted with some of the new measures, would that sit okay with you?
Through the chair, no, it would not. I think it would be trying to pick on one individual developer to ask them to say, hold up your development application. I think it would be unfair when it's a citywide problem. I mean, everybody recognizes the infrastructure in certain neighborhoods and certain roads. We listened to it at committee 2 weeks ago where there was issues in the East End about roadways that were not being on schedule, not on time. There's a BRT line out in the East End that needs to be extended in the future, and it's holding up, potential development applications. So to say this one developer should be held up because of some bigger issue that's going on with the official plan, it's not fair. And that's not the way the process should work.
It's going to affect the company though. It's going to affect the trucks coming in and out, and people. So, but I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Winter.
Welcome.
Thanks, Councillor Meehan. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just have one question. The safety concerns around St. Monica's School really do bother me. And, I know you said you don't expect the truck traffic to travel northbound. I am dubious about that. So I would feel more comfortable supporting this application if those concerns about children's safety could be mitigated. You just told Councillor Meehan we can't impose additional charges under the Planning Act, but given the community's opposition to this file, would you be amenable to working with the local councillor to voluntarily contribute some funds to improving the safety around the school?
So through the chair, asking one developer again to fix a problem at St. Monica's when it's surrounded by an entire other business park, I don't know how you could attribute our issue when, especially Jennifer has said that our trucks are not going to be going up Maryville Road. The trucks are already there. So it's difficult to pin that responsibility on a new developer coming in on the process. So again, it just doesn't seem fair to try to do that. So I'd have to speak for my client and say they wouldn't be able to accept that.
Okay. I mean, I know your study doesn't show it, or you don't, predict, but I do know, I've got a lot of truck routes in my area, and the trucks don't always stick to the route. Sometimes they deviate. We've got a school, in very close proximity to where your trucks will be going. So, I would ask you to reconsider that, but thank you for your response.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. I have a question. I wanted to go way back to one of the first applicants, and they asked, why would the applicant consider even building this here? The traffic is bad. It'd be a really inefficient collection of roads to send any kind of truck traffic down, whether it's tractor trailers or delivery trucks or whatever kind of trucks. Why would you build here if you already know that there's gridlock at peak hours and busy traffic at other times of the day? Why not build somewhere else?
So to the chair, I can't really speak to it. It's beyond my pay grade and my expertise to speak to about how sites are marketed or promoted or why they're attracted to certain locations. There's a number of factors that could come into that. There could be the land value. They could be getting a really good deal on the price of the land. It could be the availability of land, because we know business parks are not always located in the best of locations. There's a business model that they're applying to all of this as well that comes into play. And as a land use planner, I don't look at those aspects. I don't look at the marketing or rent or leasing or how tenants look at things. So I'd have to turn that over to my client to answer any other further questions, if they could even answer that.
So I assume your client's aware, and yet they're forging along anyways. They're willing to take that risk of traffic congestion. It's basically what you're telling us. Yeah.
Yes, Chair. That's entirely correct. I mean, we're obviously spending, or not we, I shouldn't say that, it's not my money, but the developer here is spending a lot of money to develop a site plan application. As you know, through the site plan process, you're getting into the detailed engineering, so curbs, construction. Once you get approval for these sites, you can take the drawings and go out and build them. So there's a significant amount of investment that's gone into it, as well as building permit drawings and everything else, architectural fees, consulting fees like my own. So they're willing to take that chance on it because they've got comfort with their business model that it's going to work.
Okay, and just, I want to be super clear on the truck traffic, I guess the large truck traffic. In the report, it says 13 in the peak AM period, 13 per hour, and 17 per hour in the peak afternoon period. Is there truck traffic expected at all hours of the day? Is it a 24-hour transport truck situation?
I'll turn that over to Jennifer. Thanks.
Yes, it is. It's spread throughout the day.
And is there an average trucks per hour spread out over the whole day? Is there a number you have there? Outside of peak hours, if I were to pick a random hour in the middle of the night, how many trucks would be going by in that hour?
That information hasn't been provided.
How many total trucks per day then?
Per day was 400 per day. I know there was a question on that from a delegate earlier, but that's the information that's always been provided, the 400.
Okay.
The 1,000 was in the newspaper, but it was never provided by consultants.
Okay, so 400 trucks per day, half go one way, half go the other way. And so we could divide 200 by 24 to end up with a roughly average number over the course of the day.
You could.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Then let's go to questions for our staff. So Sean Moore is the lead planner, and there are many other folks here from planning and transportation who can help answer any questions. Councillor Moffat.
Thanks. I'm not gonna prolong this too much. I just a couple quick questions just about the site in general. Obviously, we heard you're going to get a question from Councillor Leeper about the zoning and if this actually truly meets the zoning. Just curious, a year ago, under delegated authority, we approved another truck depot on this site. It's much smaller. I'll admit it's much smaller. It's Canada Post. It has the office component, but it's primarily a truck distribution center. It's just down around the corner from here. That obviously met the zoning. So that's not a question. How does this proposal in front of us today for a site plan differ from that one, aside from the size?
Mr. Chair, I would say this scaled. The land uses, as was indicated, are permitted under the light industrial use, and then that also permits associated warehouse. So under the light industrial use, I would say that the difference is the scale of the two operations.
And in the zoning, aside from 60% max lot coverage, is there anything in there that dictates the size of a facility? I mean, there's the height too, but in terms of mass, is there anything that dictates the mass so that if it could be multiple smaller facilities or one larger or two larger facilities, is there anything in that zoning that speaks to that specifically?
Mr. Chair, as you said, it would be the zoning parameters like the setbacks, the height, so you could have multiple different lots instead of this larger 30 acre lot, multiple lots with multiple different these light industrial with associated warehouse facilities on them.
And as per your report, I mean, obviously you're of the opinion that this application meets all of the requirements from lot coverage, setback, height, land use.
Mr. Chair, that's correct. Staff are in a position recommending approval of the site plan and moving forward with a site plan agreement.
All right, thank you. I'll just add one thing, not for staff, but just Councillor Egli, for the St. Monica's thing, you might want to take a look at how the city solved an issue for Villa Marconi, because that was an unwarranted signalized pedestrian crosswalk that was built and approved by council.
Can I respond to that?
Well, I think you're up next for questions if you want to make a quick comment.
Yeah, so I'm the one who got that built, Scott, so I know how that happened. And this is a different situation. It's not about warrants. It's about the nature of the road. It's not about warrants. That's not the issue. We can talk about that offline. I've had many discussions with Phil Landry and others in the traffic. It's not a warrants issue. It's the nature of the road, and also the fact that you've got the railway crossing so close to the school. We can talk about that offline, but I'm well aware of what happened at the other location because I made it happen. Thanks. So just a couple of quick questions for staff. First of all, when I spoke to the applicant, they indicated that they would be prepared to look at more planting, which was not the firmest commitment, but I guess from staff, what I would like is, how do we build that into the recipe here? How do we make sure that in fact they do sit down with you and consider where they can plant more trees and green? Can that be built right into the approval today?
Mr. Chair, it could be as a condition to look at of the approval that looks at refining the landscape plan prior to staff moving forward with a site plan agreement. I just would note that that with the site plan that we have before us and the parcel, because there are other parcels where landscaping could occur at future times. So with this particular parcel, we have worked with the NCC commenter because it abuts the greenbelt on creating about a 7.5 meter setback and landscape buffer and retaining trees along the NCC greenbelt. So as Mr. Winter said, it in all fairness, it could be marginal in terms of what trees we're putting in on this site plan, but the way to do that would be to make sure that staff work with the applicant prior to registration to finalize a plan to see what else.
I would like that reflected in the approval, and I understand what you say about talking to the NCC, but we've heard from the community today and they would like it looked at. So whatever needs to be done between the clerk and yourself to make that happen, I would appreciate that. The next line of questions, if you will, Sean, is again, I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back to St. Monica's and that stretch of road. Are you satisfied in your role as the planner? And I know this would have gone through circulations within the city. Are you satisfied that, in fact, the risk of trucks going by St. Monica's as a result of this new location will in fact be minimal?
We're satisfied in the fact that we are recommending approval of the site plan. When it comes into the school and safety, at this point, we don't know what we're solving. We don't know what the problem would be. The solution, is it crosswalk walks? Is it lights? Is it signals? So at this point, it's just we're satisfied in the position recommending site plan approval, not knowing what specific issues that are trying to be solved.
My follow-up question is, I'm not saying you are, saying if you're wrong, and all of a sudden at the peak hour, which Jennifer has indicated is between 7 and 8 in the morning when kids are going to be going to school, if you're wrong and there is significant increase in truck traffic, making that unsafe, what will the city do to fix it at that point in time?
Well, I think the city, I don't have a firm grasp on all the departments outside of ours in terms of their funding and what they do for existing problems on existing roads outside of planning or development applications. But if there's problems on existing roads, I guess that would be up to the city then to have funds to look at that and figure out what the solution and problems are. And that would be outside of an applicant who receives site plan approval.
Even though it would be the applicant's trucks that are causing the problem.
Well, Mr. Chair, we wouldn't know. I guess we don't know what
you
the
would,
problem
is. You just accepted direction to monitor that and confirm where the trucks are coming and going to. So you will know that. So my question is, if it turns out after you do that in fact, the trucks are coming and going from that location, and as a result of that sortation facility going in there, you're saying even though it's their trucks, the city would have to fix it.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. The city would have to fix it.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eglai. Councillor Leeper is up next.
Thanks, and I'll just reiterate, I do vote for a lot of site plans for zoning that I don't like, because site plan is site plan, it's not zoning. But in this instance, I do, before I vote, want to understand how this meets the zoning, because I cannot figure out from the definitions in our zoning bylaw and the IL9 zoning how this is considered a light industrial use. Sean, can you take me through that, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So when you look at a use and you're looking at our zoning bylaw, you have to look at the whole context of the zoning bylaw, meaning that if we look at other land uses and fitting in a land use in, if we look at heavy industrial, it's not a heavy industrial because heavy industrial is manufacturing from raw materials, the production or use of flammable, explosive, other hazardous materials and storing of those. When we look at light industrial, and you pointed out some of the keys in there, is the assembly line process, processing, assembly, or packaging. When we have to look at the whole context, we have to fit the land use into what best fits. And it best fits into light industrial, and that's consistent with other decisions that we've made on these types of facilities across the city. Further, if we look at the truck transport terminal, that's not a defined use in our zoning bylaw. So we have to fit it into what is defined, and staff as extra have gone and looked at, oh, what do other municipalities do for truck transport terminal to kind of truth test how it fits into light industrial, and through other municipalities who deal with sortation and distribution facilities across like the GTA and other areas. One of the common themes that we see is dispatching or fueling or servicing for truck transport facilities, which this facility is not doing. So when we look at our zoning bylaw, the light industrial use is the use that this fits into, and which we would be approving it under.
And so I just want to make sure I understand, are you suggesting that it is equivalent of a truck transport terminal?
No, it's a light industrial use, meeting the definition where there's processing, assembly, and packaging. It has also a warehouse use permitted under associated warehouse, which allows for distribution. But just to look at the undefined use of truck transport terminal, we note that that the common definition in other Ontario municipalities is dispatching and servicing, and that is not what this facility is doing. So we are confident that light industrial use with associated warehouse, where there's distribution with that, and the 1,500 square meter office component, those three uses, it fits that, it meets that, and we can approve it under that.
I'm uncomfortable that the framers of those who crafted the zoning bylaw had in mind under light industrial this kind of scale of warehouse or of logistics that was going to create this much traffic. I'm struggling to understand in the zoning bylaw, when I take a look at light industrial, what uses that are permitted under that zoning would create anywhere near the same amount of traffic, especially transport traffic. Okay, so and just sorry, one more time, it is the packaging and distribution of goods through an assembly line process that is making that you consider has this fall under the light industrial use.
Mr. Chair, correct. It's looking at the context of the whole bylaw and seeing that the light industrial is for processing, assembly, packaging, could be in an assembly line process. That's what this is doing. And then there's also permissions of associated warehouse, which allows for distribution. So that is how this is defined, and that's how it meets in our zoning bylaw.
But that warehouse use, presumably, if you had a traditional assembly line putting together various materials, you warehouse it and then you put it out the door via truck distribution. That's very different from taking materials that are already assembled, already manufactured in one side of a building, putting a new shipping label on them, and then sending them out the other side of the building. It's not the same. It's not the same as warehousing goods that you've assembled for distribution to customers. Okay. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Cloutier.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor Cloutier, you're breaking up there. Could you try turning your camera off, Councillor Cloutier? You've got a bad
I hope that's better.
You're still pretty choppy. Why don't we go to Councillor Meehan, and then we'll come back to you, Councillor Cloutier. Councillor Meehan.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question is to Sean. Sean, can I just talk to you a little bit about the traffic impact study? Can you explain to us how that was conducted?
So if I could bring in Mike Giampa, maybe a bit. I mean, I could do a prelude here that the TIAs are done under our council-approved guidelines, and maybe Mike Giampa could come in and speak a little more to that.
So you have traffic counts for those intersections that will be affected by this distribution warehouse? Like, do you have the traffic, like the actual numbers of the traffic that was going through there?
We should have them. So sorry, what the question is, what are you looking for?
I'd like to know what numbers did we see at those main intersections when we were doing the traffic impact study? What was the traffic volume prior to like this warehouse?
Mr. Giampa, maybe you could speak to this. Thank you.
I will do that, Leanne. Mr. Chair, that question requires some significant time but I'm happy to get those numbers out of the TIA and send them over to Councillor Meehan.
When you have the numbers, how do you analyze them to figure out if 450 trucks plus additional 400 employees for 3 shifts a day is not going to impact traffic? What's the model that you use to determine that?
We use a software called Synchro to model the traffic generation. We take our current volumes, we add the site generated volumes, and sometimes we add some growth factors for the background traffic. And what we use is what's called a level of service, A to F, and that's how we analyze our intersections, which are typically the bottlenecks.
And Mike, that would have been pre-pandemic traffic volumes where people sat in traffic, sometimes for a long time, or turned around and went back home because they couldn't get anywhere?
Yes. Yes.
You put the additional volume in and you spit out that area can handle this volume of traffic. That's the traffic impact study.
In a nutshell, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who should I ask about the environmental impact study of all these transports and the idling in intersections and at traffic bays?
So, Mr. Chair, there is no environmental impact study on idling and exhaust fumes. What our guidelines and requirements are for kind of more the flora and fauna. We do environmental impact statement that's required, and it looks at what's on the site and around the site for endangered species and the natural environment. But we don't have a study that's required for exhaust fumes and things like that. What happens is through our official plan, we've designated certain truck routes, arterial roads, our land uses, and in terms of the higher level planning of the city, we've put together the certain employment areas, which could see things like heavy industrial, that the definition that I read out earlier, or light industrial, and those types of uses to permit them.
So we didn't actually find out what volume of emissions each truck would emit. We haven't measured any of that. So when we tell our residents that, don't be worried about this, we really are basing it on nothing at this point. I'm just saying, because if you read what's happening in the States, it's the environmental impact of all these pollution spewing transports that is causing all the controversy and the worry. Residents here have to worry about that as well.
Lily Zhu has her hand up from staff.
Lily?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to add quickly here is, as Sean mentioned, the City Council approved the requirements, official plan requirements. For any site plans, we never require environmental analysis from idling or other transportation patterns for the development. So it's the same for any other site plan
I'm
proposal.
sorry, I missed that, Lily. We don't require it, is that it?
That's right.
We don't require it. Okay, so
We don't require analysis on idling and environmental impacts today.
Okay. So, okay. That's interesting. That's all I've got right now. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cloutier, I think, is rejoined on a different device.
I have. Thank you. I apologize. I apologize for that. Just one quick question. Ms. Ellis, the delegate, mentioned concerns about drinking water and well water. And this is a question to staff, and it's an important part of the site plan, how the impact of the building. And I should have asked her if her concerns was based on an overland impact of well water pollution in an accident, or the use of the building, the trucks and the people that will be working there. First of all, Sean, does this building have well water, or is it city water?
Mr. Chair, this is city water.
City water, but it is true that some surrounding residents are on well water. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and straight up question: are staff satisfied with the environmental impact of this building and the wastewater it will create, and how they will impact surrounding residents' well water, groundwater, the quality of the water, the safety of that water, and any other environmental impacts of this building on surrounding residents and businesses?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're satisfied. We've required the applicant to provide geotechnical information and reports and studies to that are council standard through our site plan control applications. We've reviewed those reports, and staff are satisfied.
And so just one more question, the detail, it is on city water, and the wastewater goes to city sewers as opposed to a holding tank or other reaping other wastewater facility. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. I apologize if my question's been asked. I've been in and out of different meetings, and I'm going to ask this question because I voted in favor of the zoning when this was before this committee a few months ago. And it was with the expectation that when the site plan was discussed, the main concerns and issues with respect to inter-community transportation traffic would have some sort of solutions proposed. So I want to ask staff, the planner, when we know that a particular development is going to have a net increase or a net negative impact to the community, X, Y, Z types of issues, why would they not then be responsible for contributing to some mitigating initiatives? So to Councillor Kitt's question, they're going to be building tens of $millions of facility, and we're basically wanting some flex stakes. And you can't even contribute to that. You're coming into this community and you're not even willing to contribute a couple $1,000 for flex stakes. Give me a break. So my question is, if there's going to be a net impact to the community for whatever development, why is the developer not required to contribute to mitigation? Maybe not the full cost. I agree the city's responsible for most of it, but why are they not required to contribute to some of those mitigation initiatives?
Mr. Chair, so on the bigger scale and then going down, our land use plan has the arterial and road network and the truck route network. We have our employment designations where we've designated them for these types of activities. So when they come in and fulfill those designations and the city's direction, we do have them look at Mr. Giampa can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's up to a maximum of 1 kilometer from their site, looking at intersections on how that's the transportation network will work. And if it's not going to work based on our current transportation network, and they have certain fixes to make, or road modifications or intersection modifications, then they're on the hook for that, and we condition them to do so. But we just don't have. My understanding is don't have the ability to powers to reach beyond and beyond to a larger network when we've set up our official plan and our transportation master plan for these businesses to come in and plug into the system where we're asking them to and wanting them to. So we do have a review a certain distance from the site, but beyond the site, no.
Okay, thank you for that. Chair, I'm not going to speak after we get through questions to staff, so I'll just say my 2 cents here. And I do think there should be a corporate responsibility when you're coming into a community and there's strong community opposition, and you've been working with the local councillors who are articulating what those major concerns are. And there's a request to contribute to some of these mitigation initiatives, which we all agree is not exclusively the responsibility of the applicant. And the applicant says, not my problem. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that. And I thought I articulated that I would support the zoning on the condition that some of these major traffic issues would be addressed, that there would be a plan. And I don't see that here. So I will not be supporting the site plan application. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Meehan. Councillor, you're on mute.
I'm sorry, Chair. No, I have no questions. I just want to reserve my comments for wrap up. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor El Shantiri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I see Mr. Mark on, if I can ask legal question. Mr. Mark, in a situation like this, if the committee does not carry the site plan, what would happen? What's the precautions we need to be aware of?
Mr. Chair, it would be a awkward situation. Council has approved a rezoning. And you have the advice of planning, which I will note, I share, that this site plan meets the zoning that's in existence today, not the zoning that's under appeal, but the zoning that's in existence today. And based on the comments that I've heard so far, it is not clear to me that which details of the site plan, if the vote is not to approve it, or to endorse it and return the approval authority to staff, it is not clear to me at this point which aspects of the site plan are unsatisfactory to committee. And thus, if the staff recommendation does not carry, it would be of assistance to legal services for there to be a motion that provides the rationale as to why the site plan was defeated, so that there would be a basis for legal services to seek the necessary outside expertise in order to defend such rationale at the Ontario Land Tribunal in the likely event that the site plan is appealed by the applicant to the Ontario Land Tribunal.
So based on previous situation, when a committee or a council vote against a staff recommendation and legal recommendation, and we end up at the LPAD, that means all the expertise they're going to be from outside the city staff, because you cannot use city staff because city staff will not be party for the LPAD. So that means it will be a cost to the taxpayer to hire outside legal and outside planner and so on and so on.
Well, I did use the word awkward before, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to use it again because as one of the members of the committee mentioned earlier today, that if the site plan ended up in front of the tribunal, it will almost assuredly be consolidated with the zoning case. And on the zoning case, the witness that legal counsel for the city would normally call would be a planner for the city. And so legal services would be in the difficult, awkward situation of having to call a planner from the city for the zoning, but having to call a planner from outside for the site plan. It would be a very difficult case, Mr. Chair.
Well, Mr. Chair, I don't want to drill this. I know it's been a long day for everyone on the committee and staff and even the resident, but I will caution ourselves to take our advice from our legal and support the zoning up at the site plan application, because we heard so many times about the zoning and we're not even supposed to talk about the zones, to talk about the site plan approval. But thank you for answering the question, Mr. Mark. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor El-Shantiri. Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to know from staff if there is any direction or motion, if this is approved today at committee, that can be brought to council that could include additional requirements on the applicant to provide funding for traffic related measures a little bit further than that. I believe it was said a kilometer. Of course, in collaboration with the ward councillors and the adjacent councillor, and in conversations with the applicant, is there anything that you could recommend to see that we could extend the improvements that are going to be any improvements?
Mr. Chair, if I may start off, and then if planning has anything to add. Mr. Chair, this does not rise to council. The recommendation, it's a delegated matter, and so the recommendation before committee is to endorse the site plan, but give the approval authority back to staff so that it could be tweaked. The reason I could have just stopped there. So if anything is to be done, anything is to be examined, then staff would have to be given the necessary motion or direction today in order to examine such and exercising, if the recommendation carries, and exercising the redelegated approval. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, yeah, okay. I mean, because I guess for me, the traffic investments, I would love to see more, but I understand that they're only required to do a certain amount of improvements within their jurisdiction because of the Planning Act. You know, it bothers me that we can't extend that, and it bothers me that we can't have further collaboration from the applicant. However, I am quite clearly hearing our legal staff. I also recognize the work done by our city staff in terms of the recommendations in the report. And, you know, I will be supporting this application. However, if there's any other opportunities that staff could recommend throughout the implementation of any work on the site to improve the situation and to improve the traffic impacts. Forgive me, it's been a long day. I'm a little tired here, as I know we all are. I'd very much encourage those conversations and I would support that. But you know, once again, I'm listening to our legal staff and I do appreciate the feedback from our expertise from the planning department. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. So site plans it's a lot of negotiation, a lot of back and forth to understand what the applicant is proposing, what the city would like to see, mitigating issues. Was there any discussion about some kind of a very local traffic calming measures, even something as simple as flex stakes or speed boards or no truck signage to address some of the concerns about the impact to the immediate neighboring streets? Did that come up at all in the discussions around the site plan?
Mr. Chair, I think when we look at the transportation impact assessment, we're looking at the report and the recommendations on what issues there are to resolve and what the applicant is responsible for. So I don't think, unless Mr. Giampa has anything to add, I don't think that came up. I think the one thing we could just mention for committee is the development charges that this would raise in the amount of $2 to $3 million. As an estimate, where I think Mr. Winters alluded to, where that's a citywide pot, where that could be funds for other improvements that council decides on what to do with that. But I see Mr. Giampa, I don't know if he has anything else to add.
Thank you, Sean. Mr. Chair, we haven't actually discussed any major traffic calming measures. These are all truck routes, not necessarily Leakin, but that is a major collector. So the appetite for putting traffic calming on a major collector is not quite there. So we haven't really explored any traffic calming. Perhaps the speed limit issue is something that we can look at operationally through my colleagues in traffic safety. I see Gil Tate is here. Other than that, there's no concrete mitigation that would be easy to implement.
So I know we can't impose, and I'm not even sure that this will even have a big effect at solving traffic safety issues, but I have often asked developers who do housing developments, residential developments in my ward, could you put up a speed board for us on this neighboring street? And they often will do it voluntarily at their own cost, and it needs to meet city approvals and so on. Would staff accept this direction to go back and ask the applicant if they'd consider funding, speed board, flex stakes? I'm thinking of Lakin Drive in particular. There won't be transport trucks going down Lakin, but there will be additional traffic. Like, is that a reasonable ask to make as you're finalizing this site plan?
Mr. Chair, I think that's reasonable. Yes.
Can I just?
Sorry, Leanne.
I just have to jump in here. I'm sorry. I cannot understand what the heck you're talking about. Anybody who knows this area knows it doesn't need traffic calming. What it needs is no more trucks on it. It needs road widening. Nothing's going fast. Everything's gridlocked. Seriously, putting flex stakes and speed signs, nobody's going fast because nobody's going fast at all because there's too much traffic. That's the bottom line.
Okay, I'm just going off of what we've been hearing from delegations today, beyond the capacity issue, the concerns about speed and other safety issues. So, Councillor Moffat.
Thank you. I'm just gonna, I imagine, I know Councillor Meehan is gonna want to speak last, and that's perfectly fine, obviously. But I just wanted to just provide a couple comments. This is, it's obviously, I feel like I'm about to give the exact same comments that I gave a few months ago when we had the zoning, because ultimately my support for the zoning was based primarily on the fact that it wasn't a significant deviation from what's already approved. And the proposal at that time was very similar to this. Like, it likely even probably had an office component. But ultimately the zoning in place, as we've seen with the Canada Post building, does permit this specific use in a building like this on this site. Whether it's one large one or 30 smaller ones, it doesn't negate the concerns from the community either way. The concerns exist. How the site develops will create concerns. But as I said a couple months ago, and my position on the facility, the proposal in North Gore, was I'd much rather deal with one client than 30. If one client is going the wrong way down a truck route, or is utilizing Maryville Road going north and you going by St. Monica's, let's talk to that one. Say, this is ridiculous. You don't need to go this way. I had a daughter of a truck driver messaged me during this meeting and said, what idiot would use Maryville Road to get to Hunt Club, from Hunt Club down to this site? Obviously you're going to use Woodruff, or you're going to use Prince of Wales if you're coming from east or west on Hunt Club. It makes no sense to go all the way across to Maryville and then come south down Maryville through that congested area across the train tracks by the school, this new set of lights that's sitting there at the church, and then come up the hill and down through Fallowfield. It's not that logical. I do expect a lot of trucks will likely come up Prince of Wales from Bankfield, and we've talked about the plans for projects there. Barnsdale, it is built to accommodate trucks. I go through that quite frequently. And I have gone through it behind 18-wheelers, fully loaded 18-wheelers that have no problem going around. Of course, that apron is built there for a reason to allow those trucks to navigate those corners. So those do work. I'm quite pleased with the Barnesdale one. We've had great feedback on that from the community. But ultimately, this is a question of zoning. You heard some comments about, is this a light industrial use? Well, it certainly isn't a heavy industrial use if you look at the definitions in our zoning bylaw. We're not dealing with any toxic chemicals here. This is in all likelihood packages in here, and that falls under the light industrial uses definition. It certainly doesn't fall anywhere else. So if you go through the industrial uses through the zoning bylaw, you're not going to find another definition that fits what this proposal is better than light industrial uses. Maybe the issue is, we haven't defined it that well. Well, that's not the first time. That's something that we need to look at when we go forward on things. Councillor Dudas is well aware of lack of definition on certain things when it comes to domes. And that's something that Councillor Dudas has now followed up with a motion to say, let's define this better so we don't keep on coming up with these situations. In the future, we want these near 416, 417. That's what our official plan, that's the direction it's going in. But these existing sites that are zoned for these types of facilities, they're still there. And we can't just pull the zoning away because we don't like it. Reality is property owners have property rights, and we've given them the zoning, and we can't always just be upset the second time once they come around and they propose something that fits that zoning. Not unlike a few months ago, I'll be supporting this and hope that my colleagues do the same. So appreciate the time.
Thanks, Councillor. Leanne Sneddon, I know you were hoping to jump in on that last conversation.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, dog's barking now. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to confirm that the applicant has indicated that they would be willing to pay for speed boards as discussed for some traffic calming. And they've also indicated that they would provide for additional trees for buffering as long as it didn't impact their operations at the site. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Councillor Meehan.
Chair, if I may, I think it might be more reasonable to let Carol Ann speak last. It is physically in her ward. I do want to wrap up as well, but I think it would be appropriate if she was the last speaker, if that's okay with you.
That's perfectly fine. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Sneddon, for that. And I hope that speed board discussion is in both wards. We can talk about it in both wards, and probably wouldn't hurt to have a speed board in front of the school. I just, we've been asked to keep separate the zoning from the site plan, and I understand why, but it's also extremely difficult to do. We wouldn't be having a site plan discussion if we didn't have a zoning in place for this particular piece of property. So you can't really separate them and talk about them as two distinct pieces. There's a synergy there. They feed off each other, so to speak. And to the argument that that's the zoning, that was the zoning 30 years ago. And we're acting like nothing's changed. We're acting like tens of thousands of people haven't moved in to that area. We're acting like there isn't increased traffic. That seems to be what we're doing. And we've heard repeatedly during this meeting that the city, is willing to approve this, and the city is okay with it. And we spent the afternoon listening to the city. We had delegations from my ward, from Carol Ann's ward, from outside both wards. That's the city. Those are the people. They're the people that live there. And you know what? They don't like it. They're not in support of it. They have some real concerns. They have environmental concerns. They have noise concerns. They have traffic and safety concerns. So when we say the city approves, I think we have to be careful with our language, because the city that came to us today, who took time out of their workday and volunteered the time to speak to us, they don't agree. They don't think it's right, and they don't think it's appropriate. And that's the city that we're supposed to respond to. That's the city that we act for. And I take the comments of Mr. Mark, and I have a lot of time for Mr. Mark, and he's correct. If you vote against this today, because I don't have a vote, but if you vote against this today, yep, they're going to appeal it, and the appeals will get merged. Surprisingly, the zoning appeal will get merged with the site plan appeal because they do have something to do with one another. And Mr. Mark has to say that. He has to say that because that's one of the things that will likely happen. We will get appealed. And will that be messy? Yes. Will it be a little bit awkward? Yes. But there are people out there that the city can retain to speak to that other side of the argument. We've done it before, we can do it again. So yes, a little bit messy, but not impossible, not illegal or anything like that, but a little bit awkward, a little bit messy. In the last planning meeting, there were applications in the East End where a number of members of this committee voted against because they didn't think that the infrastructure was there to support the project that was going in. I supported that position of theirs at council. I agreed with them. If you don't have the infrastructure there, then you've got to take a long, hard look at whether you're going to approve something. We have the same thing here. We heard from people who have lived in these communities for decades, people who drive on the streets and the roads every single day, whose kids go to school every single day. And they said to us, it's not going to hold up. The infrastructure is not good enough for adding hundreds of trucks coming down our roads in and out. So again, this is lived experience. These are people who are there dealing with this every single day and saying, whoa, you can't do this. It's only going to get worse. And we have said no in some circumstances like that very recently, or some of us have. And so I'm asking, people, it's been a long day, incredibly long day for everybody, I know that, but we heard from people in the community, we heard from the city, and they had some very cogent reasons as to why this doesn't work for them, why it's a problem for them. And it wasn't, don't put it in my backyard. It was, we don't think it's safe. And they pointed out why they didn't think it was safe. And I don't think we can ignore that. I think we have to listen to that, and we have to do, that's our job, to listen to the people that make up the city. And there's no disrespect to staff. They have the rules and the regulations and the legislation that they have to follow and the approved policies. And they do that very well. But sometimes the city, the people who live in the city are right. And I think this is one of these circumstances where they're right. And we need to support them in their position and say no. And if it gets appealed, so be it. The zoning's already under appeal. We'll just have a little bit more of a fight when it gets to the board. And again, awkward, yes. Impossible, no. Doable, absolutely. So I ask you again, please support my community, Carol Ann's community, the people who took the time, came out today and told you about their city and their lives and how they're going to be impacted. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Eglai. Councillor Meehan.
Well, I'm not sure I can say it any better than Councillor Eglai just did. But I would like to say that, quite honestly, there are few projects that I feel more emotional about than this particular one, because it has a potential to be disastrous. And I don't want to throw around these serious words, but this is going to be disastrous if this site plan is approved today. That's why I withdrew my delegated authority. Like normally a site plan would just be rubber stamped at planning, but I had to withdraw my delegated authority because I really wanted you as committee members to hear once again what the impact of this mega warehouse and truck terminal is going to do to this end of the city. And it's the only tool that I really had. But I was confident that if you heard the arguments once again, that perhaps you would reverse your decision and say that this is not the appropriate location for a mega warehouse, even though it's zoned light industrial. It was zoned light industrial 30 years ago when the founders of Nepean had no concept, had no idea that a warehouse could possibly be so big that it could hold a jumbo jet, where 450 or 400 plus mega transports would be going on roads that would not have changed in 30 years. Maryville Road, Fallowfield Road, Prince of Wales have basically been unchanged in 3 decades. You heard today Mike Giampa and Sean Moore say that the traffic impact study basically looked at the volume of traffic on what are basically congested roads, added a whole bunch of more volume, and that's a traffic impact study. Well, it makes no sense. We've declared a climate emergency. I joined all my councillor colleagues in saying we have a climate emergency, yet we haven't done an environmental impact study on the effects of putting this warehouse in a residential neighborhood. And that is in fact what it is. It's a residential neighborhood. Riverside South has grown by 100,000 people on the other side of the river. These trucks are going down Maryville Road, which is already clogged. This is a major safety issue. It is a major environmental issue. And what I'm saying is, if we simply rubber stamp this again because we're fearful of it going to the Ontario Land Tribunal, then we're not doing our jobs. I want to thank the residents from our neighborhoods for coming out today, spending the day to very soundly articulate their concerns about us allowing this to happen. This, I liken this to sort of the tip of an iceberg because e-commerce is growing exponentially because of our lifestyles. And yes, I'm not going to dispute that we are contributing to e-commerce. E-commerce means jobs. Yes, those warehouses and the trucks, they all mean jobs, but at what cost? You just have to look south of the border where these distribution warehouses have taken over everywhere. Now they're facing the environmental impacts of this. We have an opportunity here today to say, look, we're going to do the right thing here. And then we're going to take the time to get this right, to get the zoning right. And we can do that in our official plan. Councillor Moffat referenced it when he said that we're going to allow better land designations to allow many of these warehouses to be zoned differently and to not be maybe as big a problem as this one's going to be. But we have the opportunity today to take a stand and say, no, we're going to set this site plan aside and we're going to get it right. Because once we approve it and it goes in, we can't undo it. I want the jobs, don't get me wrong. I want the jobs. I want the economic benefits of this, but it comes at a cost. And the cost is our quality of life. We're going to add more pollution. We're going to add more noise. We're going to bear the cost of all the mitigation efforts that are going to be the result of allowing all this to happen in this residential neighborhood. So we all, as a city, always bear the cost. And we hear them that this applicant can't be penalized because we haven't kept up with infrastructure. Well, why should the residents be penalized because we haven't kept up with the infrastructure? Let's put the shoe on the other foot. I'm asking you today to please do the right thing. Even so, I'm serving notice today that I will be bringing a direction to staff during the official plan to rethink the zoning, to make better zoning decisions, to permit these warehouses to go where they're supposed to go, and that's near the 400 series of highways. But please, I beg of you today, don't allow this to happen. Don't approve this site plan. It's the wrong location. I don't care what the zoning says. This is the wrong location for a distribution warehouse with transport trucks that are going to clog our roads even more and jeopardize safety on all our roads and really destroy a quality of life that right now is even compromised with the amount of traffic that we've got. We're just going to exacerbate it and make it worse. And I'm counting on you, my council colleagues, to do the right thing. And thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? I don't think so. Okay, so we're going to do yays and nays. So this is on the report recommendations. There have been a number of directions. The recommendations in the report are endorsing the site plan and returning delegated authority to staff. So we'll do yays and nays.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Suds. Councillor Tierney. Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Cloutier.
Oui.
Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor Hubley,
Yes.
Councillor El Shantiri,
Yes.
Chair Moffat,
Yes.
Chair Gower.
Yes.
7 yeas, 3 nays.
Okay, thank you, Eric. That's our last report for today. Thanks, everyone. We have a few more items that we have to just go through formally on the agenda. There are no in-camera items today. Are there any notice of motions for consideration at a subsequent meeting? I'm seeing none. Any inquiries? Any other business? All right, our next meetings, we have a few coming up. Monday, September 27th, special joint meeting of planning and CPSC around the Parks Master Plan. October 1st, special joint meeting of Planning Committee and BHSC for the Ottawa Hospital. October 14th, special joint meeting of Planning and ARAC on the official plan. And then our next regular planning meeting is Thursday, October 28th. Thanks, everyone. Have a good evening. We are adjourned.
Thanks, Glenn. Thanks all.
Have a good night.
Those are waiting in our mailboxes.
Thank you, Eric, for your help today. Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Eric.
And the rest of the team from the clerk's office.
I have the new one and the old one. So many official plans. Bye all.